Chair. We are now live on YouTube. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. So good afternoon and welcome to East Devon District Council's virtual Strategic Planning Committee meeting on the 15th of December 2020. I'm your chair, Councillor Dan Ledger. I'd also like to welcome anyone watching the meeting via the live stream. All participants here today are taking part remotely, and as well as being live streamed, the meeting is being recorded. So please bear this in mind throughout, and may I remind you to be careful with your language. May I also remind members that the Code of Conduct applies throughout this meeting. We also reserve the right to remove and disconnect any participant who is disrupting the meeting by whatever means. As the strategic planning meeting is dependent on an internet connection and a power supply, in the event of a break in the internet connection or a power cut, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we are not able to reconnect, we will consider this meeting adjourned and reconvene at a later date. Please check the committee page on the website for details. Please make sure all of your mobile phones are switched off or are on silent, and make sure all microphones are muted when you are not speaking to avoid any background level noise. Please keep points short and do not repeat points that have already been made, and please do not interrupt. If you wish to make a comment, please raise your electronic blue hand and wait to be called. All councillors here have been sent the agenda for today's meeting. Any member of the public who wishes to view the agenda can do so by visiting our website, eastdevon.gov.uk. We will now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members here present. Can you please now unmute your microphones, and when you hear your name, please confirm by saying present. When you've confirmed you're present, please mute your microphone again.
Thank you. Councillor Allen. I'll come back to Councillor Allen. Councillor Arnott.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Blakely.
Present.
Councillor Chamberlain. Councillor Davey.
Present.
Councillor Hayward.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Hookway.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Howe.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Ingham. Councillor Ledger.
Present.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Present.
Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Councillor Rylance.
Present.
Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Councillor Thomas.
Present.
Thank you. So Councillor Allen, just double checking.
Wendy, Councillor Allen did tell me that he might have difficulty getting to the meeting, and if he did, it would probably be a bit later.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Moulding. Councillor Chamberlain.
She was trying to call me as I was doing the opening speech, so I think she may be having difficulty getting in. She may join us later.
Thank you. And Councillor Ingham, have we got him? Looks like no. Okay, back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much. So we'll move on to agenda item 1, which is public speaking. First up, we have Councillor Matt Osborne representing Cranbrook Town Council. Whenever you like, you have 3 minutes. Please just unmute your microphone and whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. I'm here today to speak to you not only on behalf of Cranbrook Town Council, but also on behalf of the majority of residents, myself, that were sold a dream. That dream was to move to a new town and to establish a frontier, to become, for a better word, a pioneer and be part of a new and challenging project of establishing a community from scratch. Like many people who moved to the area, I was amazed at the community spirit that had developed in a short space of time and a real sense of belonging and pride in being part of this adventure. People helping each other out and working collectively in true pioneering fashion, like the good old days, as my nan would say. However, that dream has recently become harder and harder to believe in. As residents, we have faced continual delays and false dawns. We were overpromised when we moved in and then under-delivered once we were there. Now, like other residents in Cranbrook, we are suffering from deal fatigue. People are losing faith in any form of delivery, and slogans like "Coming Soon Cranbrook" and the parodies like the town centre "Coming Soon" signs erected years ago are now becoming derisory, causing people to look to move or give up, or worse, become a critic and a cynic. Cranbrook as a town has numerous external bodies use it as a testing stage. People come in and tell residents what it is they need, They pretend to listen until they hear something they don't like, then they tell us we are wrong or ignore us altogether. When as a town council we were told we did not accurately represent the views of our residents in regards to the town centre, we polled them online. The response was incredible, with over 1,000 people taking part. Of the residents who responded, over 80% voted in favour of delivering the town centre now. I question why this has been ignored. There has not been a better response in any of the surveys in Cranbrook. This shows how important and emotive a subject this was for residents. Now they believe their voices will not be listened to, and their views and opinions, like so many times before, ignored because they do not fit the agenda being pursued. I became a town councillor to help and assist the residents and the town wherever possible, to listen to them and then advise and act on their needs and wishes. Their wishes are overwhelmingly to have a focal point for the town, to start to get an identity, and more importantly, some deliveries so we can lose the term coming soon Cranbrook, to start to believe again that they made the right choice moving here. I opened my first shop on the High Street in 2001 and shut my last in 2013. I've seen the rise and fall of high streets and know through this experience that the sprawling, large rent, multiple dependent carbon copy days are gone. The high streets that are thriving now are the ones that have become focal points and offer a piazza feel and support local enterprise and startups. This is what our community needs. So to close, I would like to take a moment to offer thanks to the planning officers, ward members, and you as a committee for the hard negotiations that have gone into producing the current proposal, which we believe delivers what we as a town need and fills the defined brief. However, the key to successful negotiation is knowing when to stop, because an accord has been reached that is acceptable to all parties and they can support that. We have reached that point. The consortium can accept it, your officers can accept it, the town council can accept it, and our residents need and want it. So I would urge you to please listen to the people living in the town who took time to vote in overwhelming numbers. Don't ignore us. Remember the reasons for becoming councillors and look at how we can start to deliver for Cranbrook. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the second public speaker, which is either Nevin or the Minister for Cranbrook. Whenever you're ready, just unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for hearing me again. I spoke with passion last time, so I won't rehash what I said before. I do welcome the changes that have been made in response to what was said at this meeting last time. I know there was concern about the levels of extra housing, but I note on the new plan that quite a lot of that is apartments on top of retail. And I would think that would be something welcomed for Cranbrook, because that will be more affordable for young people. Those who were 10 when they moved in 7 years ago are now 17. They're almost at the stage of wanting to be independent, but staying close to their family, and that would be ideal for them. I also welcome the additional space that's been found for community facilities, because this and more shops to make a town are so desperately needed. There's so much potential here in Cranbrook that's held back because there's nowhere to meet. The Young Hayes Centre is overbooked, and really it's too large for some of the things that it's needed for. The pub is too open plan, and that's really your choice. The schools in their turns were able to offer space when they opened, but they're all at capacity now, and there's no other community space. This may not be the dream of what a town centre might look like, but I know I'd rather have a living, breathing town centre that works for a community rather than something that's fabulous, beautiful, award-winning, because that's not Cranbrook, especially if that's going to be years away. This is such an amazing place to live, and if you haven't been, come and have a visit. We'd love to show you around again. But we do need this extra space in a town centre to be able to maintain the quality of neighbourliness we already have and treasure, and to grow it further so that Cranbrook is a place that the whole of East Devon is really proud of. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And our final public speaker is Paul Smith. And Debbie, I believe you're going to read out the short statement.
Correct, Chair. So this is from Paul Smith, resident of Cranbrook. He's put, I have concerns with regard to information included in both the report and consultation documents, and this is in concern of your item on a new local plan. Report paragraph 7.8 suggests that at the present trajectory of house building within EDDC, there will be a shortfall of 6,415 dwellings by 2031. The existing local plan indicates an objectively assessed housing need figure of 17,100 during the lifetime of the plan. A review of the latest House Monitoring Report, March 2020, indicates that between 2013 to 2020, houses in excess of 6,000 were built, and between 2020 to 2031, houses totaling 18,415 are projected to be built. This does not include an increasing number of windfall sites coming forward. A 5-year land supply was confirmed throughout the period. I question the shortfall. Report paragraph 7.8 also refers to proposals initially set out in the government white paper, Planning for the Future, which translates to a new requirement for annual housing building of 1,614 homes per annum, also detailed within Chapter 5 of the consultative document. This information is factually incorrect, as it is clear that the Housing Minister, under pressure from Conservative MPs, has acknowledged that the algorithm used in these calculations is unfit for purpose and an alternative substitution would be considered. I would contend that this incorrect information should not be included in the consultative document. The chapters 4 and 8 of the consultative document appear to give very limited acknowledgement to the two major pieces of legislation passing through Parliament, i.e. the Environment and Agricultural Acts, both of which will have enormous implications for the use of agricultural land and protection of environment and habitat. The requirement to devolve an increased 4% of such land to forestation, including the annual planting of 30 hectares of land, will impact upon availability for house building purpose, and again raises the important issue of the protection of greenfield sites, including EDDC's green wedges. I hope that councillors will make time to revisit the importance of green wedge land within future policy. I note that 90% of house builds during 2019-20 were on greenfield sites. Whilst acknowledging that the creation of a new local plan will involve an inordinate amount of work and commitment by both council officers and councillors alike, the headers and tone of report paragraph 9.1 to 6 raise concerns that the consultative process will not be as transparent and accessible to either councillors or communities as it should be. My concerns and that of other Cranbrook residents whose homes overlook the Parsons Lane Green Wedge are reinforced through bitter experience resultant from a failure of transparency and disclosure by senior council officers during the Cranbrook Plan consultation process, entitled
3 minutes.
Make Plan Production Quicker. Therefore, I close with recommendations. I would recommend that councillors to consider support for progression as set out within paragraph 10 of the report. And secondly, I would have reservations as to the extent of authorisation granted, quote, to make any minor changes to finalise the consultation document and facilitate the requirements of consultation software, close quote. That's from Paul Smith, a resident of Cranbrook, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie, and thank you to Mr. Smith. Mr. Freeman, do you think you could cover off a few of those points when we come to that agenda item later on?
Yes, happy to do so, Chairman.
Thanks very much. So we'll move on. We now have 15 minutes of speaking time for the East Devon New Community Partners, and I believe we'll be showing a short video at this time. So Nick Freer, whenever you wish, you can speak.
Thank you, Chair. That's much appreciated. As you know, and for the record, I am Nick Freer from David Locke Associates, and it's a pleasure to address this committee again, just 7 weeks since your committee last met, I believe. I hope that you'll be content to hear just from me this evening, as I set out where I think that we have reached, collectively so, since we last met. Of course, Nick Duckworth and Scott Davison spoke to the last meeting, but we didn't think that you would necessarily wish or need to hear a reprise of those comments. I can assure you I won't need, I don't think, to take 15 minutes. So hopefully we can, rest assured we can get across the main points for your discussion later quicker than that. For me, the last 7 weeks have gone very quickly. And I think very valuably, as we worked hard to evolve and refine the town centre proposals, having listened to the debate 7 weeks ago. This isn't just a question of more work. What you have in front of you is a different proposal, one which embraces and I think is liberated by the consortium's willingness to make available parcel TC1, specifically for the extra care facility in the location that the County Council wished in the northwest corner of the town centre. I really hope you didn't mind me sending you the letter and leaflet at the back end of last week. Primarily, I wanted to do so just as an aide-memoire, such that you had the details available in front of you. And also me sending you the link to the Cranbrook Town Centre website, where the video of the town centre is one of the places where that resides. Many of you will have probably seen that, and thank you for taking the time to look at that. But if you, and for that matter technology, will allow, I would perhaps just like to show that again. It's only about 3 minutes, and if Wendy, I could prevail upon you to help me out at this point, I'd be very grateful. Thank you very much indeed, Wendy. One's always a little frightened of technology at these events, but that worked reasonably well. So thank you very much indeed for the help, Wendy, there. The key thing for me, I think, in the design development work that's taken place over the last 7 weeks is that what it reveals is a town centre of real scale and real vitality. It does have, as I hope you have seen, a distinctly urban form. It has various options within it and can accommodate a leisure centre should you so wish, including, we think, on the rear of Parcel TC2. With the care home relocated, there's enormous potential and opportunity. A double-sided retail frontage can be delivered along the length of Tilhouse Road. This will be the heart of the town centre with food store, retail units, town council offices, health and wellbeing centre, smaller scale offices and workshops, nursery. The proposals, as you've heard from the Cranbrook Town Council, enjoy very high levels of community support, as does the priority that needs to be given to their delivery. And I believe that the proposal carried the support of the County Council and Town Council as well. They aren't really, though, now just the consortium's proposals, but our collective proposals as we've worked on them over the last months and weeks. The proposals will, as you heard last time, be served by low carbon energy sources and result in hundreds of thousands of kilograms of CO2 savings every year. What I set out in the leaflet that you received if you're a member of the committee is a delivery programme. We will, of course, each be delivery partners, the consortium, Town Council, County Council and District Council, and we are each gearing up to deliver our elements. And if we can secure agreement to the MOU today, then this will be the catalyst and the trigger for the first elements of the town centre to be in place in a little over 18 months' time. Yes, we understand also that the District Council wants some additional flexibility for possible unforeseen longer term needs. That is now built into the proposals. There is adaptable ground floor premises to be included along Court Royal in in Parcel TC3, and an amendment to the MOU to allow the District Council to exercise an option on 3 additional parcels of land in the town centre at market housing value has also been agreed. With regard to the SPD, I have expressed the consortium's views in the letter to you. Fundamentally, we should not be using that to replace the MOU process. So just to conclude, I think, as I said last time, we can't really risk losing the momentum that we have managed to build up in the last year. The risks and the stakes are rather too high. And I believe now that we really do have a proposal that is worked on and all parties, and that we all can be genuinely proud of what was presented to you, if that's what we managed to deliver through agreement of the MOU today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freer. So with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, minutes of the previous meeting. If anyone has any comments on the set of minutes for the 20th of November and the 22nd of November 2020, please do so by raising your blue hand now. If no blue hands are raised, I'll take that as an indication that you're all in agreement of the minutes. So I see no blue hands, and those minutes are agreed. So we'll move on to agenda item number 3, which are apologies. Wendy, do we have any apologies?
No apologies received.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 4 is declarations of interest. This will be done via a roll call. So over to you again, Wendy.
Thank you. So I believe we have Councillor Allen in the meeting. Councillor Allen, do you have any declarations of interest?
No, none at all, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott?
Only as Mr. Freer explained that I've been in receipt of this and a number of emails from people lobbying. Thank you.
And that was on Cranbrook Town Centre, yes? Thank you. Councillor Blakey.
Yes, Wendy. Agenda item 7, Cranbrook Town Centre. I'm a member of Cranbrook Town Council, also a member of the Cranbrook Strategic Delivery Board, and I have attended a number of meetings, both with the Town Council and the District Council, with the developers on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have Councillor Chamberlain in the meeting. Councillor Chamberlain, do you have any declarations of interest?
Yes, good afternoon. Apologies for my late attendance. Yes, declarations of interest are that I am a parish councillor for Broadcliff Parish Council. Also, I am a resident of Broadcliff Station, which is just adjacent to one of the expansion zones in one of the plans. And I've also received emails with reference to the town centre.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, I'm firstly an Exmouth Town Councillor. That's relevant to just about everything from item 8 onwards, particularly the local plan. And in common with other councillors, I've received a number of emails and the brochure through the post.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you. Declaring a personal interest in item 7, Cranbrook Town Centre, as my daughter lives there and my other daughter will be living there shortly. And then in respect of items 9, 10, 11, 12 and 15, as an employee of 3 parish councils, All Saints, Chardstock and Newton, Poppleford and Hertford, as previously declared, all of whom will be impacted by those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hookway.
Thank you, Wendy. I have also received emails and letters in regard to Cranbrook Town Centre, but nothing apart from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Yes, thank you. Cranbrook Town Centre emails and the pamphlets. And I'm a parish councillor for Bishop's Cliff Parish Council at Cliff St Mary in Sowton, which with regard to all the local plan ones as mentioned before.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ledger.
Thank you, Wendy. So agenda item 7, I'm a member of the Strategic Delivery Board. And I've also received the emails lobbying, as well as the pamphlet. And then all of the local plan items, I'm a member of Seaton Town Council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Same as everybody else, leaflets and emails regard to the Cranbrook Town Centre, but other than that, nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moulding.
No declarations of interest other than receipt of communications from the consortium regarding Cranbrook.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Parish councillor for Broadcliff, former district councillor for Cranbrook, and I have had emails from David Locke Associates, but no glossy brochure, I'm pleased to report, although I have seen it scanned.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Likewise, I've received the brochure, emails, and I've received letters, both for and against this particular scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Wendy. None other than the Cranbrook Town Centre brochure from David Locke Associates and various other communications from individuals on that agenda item 7. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Chairman. Of course, I should have declared the letters from Locke Associates and various other people for item 7. Beg your pardon.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. So we'll move on to agenda item 5, which is matters of urgency. There are no matters of urgency to discuss. Agenda item 6 is confidential and exempt items. There are no confidential or exempt items which officers recommend should be dealt with in this way. Agenda item 7 is Cranbrook Town Centre, and we'll be receiving a report from the service lead planning, Mr. Ed Freeman.
Thank you, Chairman. So the report before members today is essentially an update on progress with the resolutions made with regard to Cranbrook Town Centre at your meeting of the 22nd of October. Members will recall it was resolved to continue negotiations with the developer consortium, progress a draft SPD, and continue to pursue funding options for the proactive delivery of the town centre. I'd just like to quickly summarise the position with regard to each of these resolutions and include a few updates to the report where events have moved on slightly since the report was drafted. In terms of the East Devon Community Partners offer, you've already heard that further discussions have taken place and have yielded two key changes to the offer. The first is the availability of parcel TC1 within the northwest corner of the town centre to accommodate the extra care facility. This parcel would now be transferred to the council for £1, effectively in lieu of parcel TC4C, which had previously been offered on this basis. Parcel TC1 is larger than that parcel, and in addition, the whole of TC2 would still be transferred to the council. So overall, 0.64 of a hectare of additional town centre land over and above that required under the Section 106 agreement is being offered to the council. The council would also have the option of acquiring parcels TC3, TC4D and TC4E, albeit the consortium would expect to receive a value reflective of market residential land values for these parcels. Contrary to what is stated in the report, the consortium has since clarified that a value for this land would need to be agreed prior to signing of the MOU and would be included within that document. These changes to the offer would, in my opinion, provide sufficient land and flexibility to deliver a town centre that is now fit for purpose, both now and in the future as the town grows to over 7,800 homes. However, members are warned that this approach does rely on a proactive delivery in some form of a large part of the town centre by EDDC, and also the need to acquire land at potentially substantially higher value than it is worth for use for business, leisure and community uses. There are also some further more detailed issues to make members aware of. Firstly, members may recall from the report to their meeting of the 22nd of October that there is a shortfall in sports pitch land and a requirement for an all-weather pitch that has not been delivered. As part of the draft MOU submitted since the report was drafted, the consortium has stated that they expect the council to agree not to require these to be provided in the future as part of this deal. It had previously been agreed in 2016 that they would be provided in the Treesbere expansion area. However, the consortium no longer hold an option on this land. So in effect, the 0.64 hectares of additional town centre land is in lieu of these requirements. In terms of land area, there is some debate as to how much sports pitch land is outstanding, but it is considered to be at least 0.8 hectares. Then there is the cost of delivering an all-weather pitch on it, which has to be factored in as well. And this could well be in the region of £900,000, according to Sport England. In response, the consortium would argue that the all-weather pitch has been provided at the education campus and that the shortfall in sports pitch land is largely because they have overlaid the cricket square on the football pitches, thereby saving land overall. While these factors certainly lessen the impact of this issue, the fact remains that they have not delivered what was required in the original Section 106 agreement, and the MOU would remove the ability to secure these in the future. Although the all-weather pitch at the education campus is currently available for community use outside of school hours, this cannot be guaranteed in the future, which is why the Section 106 agreement stipulated that it should not be at the education campus. It's important that members bear these issues in mind, as there are obviously additional parts of the MOU that would need to be agreed. With regard to the planning obligations offered by the consortium, the position remains that there is a shortfall in funding of over £2.2 million based on a claimed lack of viability. This claim is supported only by a viability sketch that officers have significant concerns with, as detailed in the report to your previous meeting. There is still no full open book appraisal as required by the NPPF and our local plan policies. It should be noted that the table in the report does not reflect the latest position with the contribution towards the town council facility. Members will recall that prior to your last meeting, the consortium had raised their contribution to this facility to a total of £592,500. This increase was achieved by reallocating £161,738 of funding previously identified for bowling green allotments and formal play areas, and increasing their own contribution towards the Town Council facility by a further £114,262. The offer in relation to the Town Council facility is as was presented to your last meeting. I'm simply drawing members' attention to the verbal update I gave last time, which unfortunately, by my mistake, wasn't reflected in the printed report. As highlighted in the report, the shortfall in infrastructure could be addressed by reprioritising infrastructure funding from the expansion areas, but ultimately there would still be some lower priority infrastructure left unfunded, and that is a key issue for members to consider. The draft MOU submitted by the consortium also raises a number of more detailed issues of wording that would need to be resolved. Some of these are minor, but others are worthy of mention here. Aside from the need to agree a value for any land to be acquired by EDDC, the other most significant issue is proposed restrictions being sought on how land transferred or acquired by EDDC can be used. The consortium wishes to ensure that the council does not develop any bad neighbour uses on its land, which would have a detrimental impact on the consortium parcels. Subject to suitable wording, officers see no issues with this. Clearly, as a local planning authority, we should not be looking to promote bad neighbour uses, which would have a detrimental impact on neighbour uses anyway. However, the consortium also wished to restrict food retail sales to premises with a gross internal floor area of less than 1,000 square feet, or 93 square metres. For context, only the 3 smallest units opposite the school at Young Hayes Place at Cranbrook are under 1,000 square foot in area, with the rest being in excess of this size. The proposed restrictions are due to concerns about competition to Morrisons, who would build the proposed supermarket. The restriction would clearly prevent a further supermarket of any size coming forward in the town centre, but it would still allow food sales from premises being used principally as a cafe, tea shop, restaurant, sandwich shop, bakery or juice bar, and so chains such as Greggs, Costa and Subway, etc. could still be accommodated. It would also not affect confectionery, such as that which you would expect to be sold by a newsagent or similar. There is some concern about whether uses such as a butcher's or greengrocer's, for example, could be accommodated in the unit of less than 1,000 square foot. However, demand may well be limited for these uses in the current climate. Such uses are perhaps more likely to be in the form of a market stall or similar. It's also important to note that the restrictions would be time limited to the earlier of 10 years from the date the land is transferred to Morrisons and 5 years from the date the supermarket opens. Therefore, they're only likely to impact any units brought forward by the council for a relatively short period of time. It's understood that Morrisons will not agree to a materially higher floor area, and from officers' perspective, while it is unfortunate for such restrictions to be applied, it would not, in our opinion, prevent a successful town centre from coming forward. However, members' views are sought on whether or not they could agree to this restriction. Turning now to the supplementary planning documents, which formed one of members' other resolutions at the previous meeting. With regard to this, officers have made significant progress in producing a draft document, and appended to the report is a working draft of a document that could be completed and made ready for consultation in February, as per the timetable included in the report to the previous meeting. You'll see that the document identifies a number of key principles for developing the town centre and considers how it could come forward either with or without the HDD and Morrisons proposals. Then seeks to use the master plan layout included in the previous officer report to illustrate how the town centre could come forward if these principles were applied. In the event that members are not content with the revised offer from the consortium, it is still considered that the SPD represents the best alternative way of progressing the town centre, accepting that any delivery of the town centre through this route would be significantly delayed due to the likely need to CPO land. Even if members are minded to accept the consortium offer, there would still be some merit in concluding work on the SPD as a guide to town centre development that can inform future decision making on planning applications, and to engage with the community on how the parcels transferred to or acquired by EDDC come forward. There is, however, significant work still to be done on this, and members may wish to consider whether resources are better used elsewhere in the event that the consortium deal is agreeable. Turning to the issue of funding, the recommendation from members' last meeting with regard to funding for delivery of the town centre has also been debated by Cabinet, and there was firm support for an investment in the town centre in principle. The increased borrowing against future receipts within the enterprise zone is seen as a potential funding source to at least acquire the land within the town centre. The acquisition of land is seen as the key first step, and there is funding available through the enterprise zone to achieve this, if agreed by the enterprise zone board and by Cabinet. With regard to bringing forward development in the town centre, there are a number of options, of which the most likely is considered to be a joint venture with a private sector partner who can bring knowledge and experience to the table that we simply don't have, and also share the risk involved. Although a detailed business case needs to be produced and presented to Cabinet, initial work would suggest that even accepting the likely land acquisition costs, there should be a sound business case that would meet the minimum requirements for an in-district investment as detailed in the Council's commercial investment framework. It's important to remember that initially temporary units could be used to test the market and generate income with the minimum of capital investment. It's also important to remember that for the next 22 years, we would retain 100% of business rates income from the town centre. This helps to make any investment more financially attractive. And finally, just a few additional updates to highlight the views of other parties that have obviously been involved in these discussions. Appendix 1 of the report before you includes updated comments from the Cranbrook Strategic Delivery Board, highlighting their support for the revised offer from the consortium and continued concerns with the proposed alternative proposals for an SPD. You've already heard from Matt Osborne with the views of Cranbrook Town Council, so I won't repeat those views here. However, I also have a statement from officers at Devon County Council with regard to their position on the proposed MOU, which I shall read out verbatim. They say these comments are made without prejudice and obviously subject to political agreement. The comments are, unfortunately, we have not had the opportunity to discuss the revised offer with the East Devon New Community Partners, and there remains some issues to be bottomed out in terms of financial contributions and triggers. However, we welcome the revised offer, in particular the early provision of the land and financial contributions towards the construction of a county council facilities building and relocation of the extra care housing. In the event that your strategic planning committee agrees in principle to the revised memorandum of understanding, the county council will work pragmatically with all parties to ensure a satisfactory outcome. And that's the end of the quote. So to just draw those strands together, in conclusion, members are asked to consider the report and the highlighted updates. Particular attention is drawn in the recommendation to the bullet points in the report, which acts as health warnings in relation to the commitment to proactive delivery of the town centre, acquiring land at higher than market value for the intended purposes, and a need to be satisfied that there are exceptional circumstances to depart from policy with regard to the requirements for a viability appraisal. In addition, concerns regarding the shortfall in sports pitch land and all-weather pitch, as well as restrictions on food retailing on land passed to the council, are highlighted today, and I would ask members to consider those as well. I would also say that these have to be balanced against the potential costs of not reaching an agreement with the consortium with regard to the potential loss of the lined up supermarket investment and the risk of the developers walking away before latter trigger points for infrastructure are reached, and therefore potentially having to pick up a shortfall in infrastructure funding that would arise from that eventuality as well. Subject to members' acceptance of the highlighted factors, then it is recommended that the revised consortium offer be accepted in principle and delegated authority be given to the CEO and portfolio holder to sign the final MOU. Members' views are also sought on whether to progress the SPD, depending on clearly the outcome of the first item. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. So with that, I'll ask non-members to raise their blue hands first on who wish to speak. So we'll start with Councillor Kim Bloxham.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I will declare a personal interest in that I've attended many meetings with the consortium members facilitated by either this council or Cranbrook Town Council. I'm also one of the 2 EDDC representatives on the Cranbrook Strategic Delivery Board and a member of Cranbrook Town Council. This meeting and the decision you will make later is pivotal for Cranbrook. The town and its community will either look forward to seeing their town centre come forward or face further uncertainty and frustration. I've never supported the supplementary planning document route, but have consistently asked for negotiations to continue to develop the proposals by the consortium. I'm really pleased that further discussions have taken place and that the potential for a town centre to come forward over the next couple of years is a reality. I give credit to Morrisons and HDD for keeping faith with this process, but I suspect they will not remain engaged if your decision today is to reject the consortium proposals and to press on with the SPD. The committee report is balanced and fair and accepts what is on the table may not be perfect, but the consortium proposals are good proposals for Cranbrook. It is what the community wants and needs. Personally, I would have preferred to see an unequivocal recommendation for accepting the consortium offer, but you have that option, and I truly hope that for the sake of the community of Cranbrook and its surrounding villages, your decision today is to accept the consortium offer and allow Cranbrook Town Centre to progress without further delay. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bloxham. I'd like to welcome Councillor Ben Ingham to the meeting. Councillor Ingham, do you have any declarations of interest you wish to pass at this time?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to Councillor Peter Faithful, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make a comment about, there's a general view that there's a drop in demand for high street shops. Looking around our own town, I would suggest there isn't a drop, but there is a marked change in the type of business that occupies the units. And there seems to be a likely drop in a lot of the business need smaller units than were the case in the old traditional high streets. So I think there's any argument that, I'm not sure that there's anyone actually pushing that out at the moment, but that is part of the reason for the reduction in the area of the town centre of Cranbrook, was the suggestion that there's less demand for people. There is quite a marked change in it's more about contact business, like, you know, personal care, food, restaurants, where customer direct contact has to take place, like tattooing or whatever, somewhere where you actually physically have to have direct contact with the customer. So there is a definite change, but in suggestion that there's a drop in demand for units or floor space. So that is the thing I think people need to be aware of.
Thank you, Councillor Faithful. Councillor Sam Hawkins, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, declare the personal interest. Obviously, attended many meetings with the consortium facilitated through either this council, Cranbrook Town Council, and again, I'm a member of Cranbrook Town Council. I'm pleased to see the negotiations have progressed in order to provide an improved offer today. There's a real opportunity for a modern town centre to be brought to Cranbrook within the next few years. I still have my concerns if the proposals by the consortium are not taken forward. The town centre at Cranbrook will remain as fields for many years to come, and this is not what the local community want to see. What's been put forward today allows negotiations to continue while also delivering something to the long-suffering residents. This council has a chance to take responsibility to further develop the town centre. At the same time, the consortium will begin to deliver amenities. In accordance with the wishes of the community, please accept the offer put forward. It is not perfect, but it is realistic and deliverable. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Brewster Sarum.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Although I'm not a Cranbrook resident myself, as members know, I would suggest that having looked at the updated offer, that the key message to take forward from today's meeting is, if you are so minded, not to hold up progress in Cranbrook, because as previous speakers have mentioned, an accord has been reached, and basically in 18 months' time, the Morrisons will be opened. Other retail elements will be there, along with the Children's Day Nursery. So by the end of 2022, the situation will be considerably better. I note that there are problems, namely the shortfalls in the sports pitch land and the issue with Morrisons not allowing further expansion and not wanting to take up more floor square footage. But I think that, having heard other speakers, and I think that having worked on, East Devon's worked on this project for so long, that it would be a great disservice to the residents of Cranbrook if members were not able to push forward and take up this offer as has been set out and progress towards the signing of the MOU. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sarum. Councillor Helen Parr, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Well, as previous speakers have said, this is a much improved memorandum, and I note that Ed Freeman was able to recommend it, and the public speakers are quite clear. They want Cranbrook to go forward, and I can say to you that when a supermarket came to Seaton, regardless of the row about which one it was, the drain of people shopping in other towns was halted, and there was employment in the supermarket and people shopped there, and I think it will spark more town centre coming along. And as to the SPD, I think the problem is that, well, it's a sort of parallel document, and the more you tie people down, the less natural development will evolve. And I think we want this town centre to go forward, as the residents have said, so that they can all get on with their lives. So I hope you'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Parr. Does any other non-member wish to speak at this time before I take it into committee? No, so we'll go to Councillor Mike Howe.
My hand up in the wrong place, I don't know. Thank you, Chair. I suppose it's a technical question for Mr. Freeman, or one that he could give us some reassurance on. He's mentioned Morrisons, as we know now, demanding that no competition appears in the town centre. And was it 1,000 square feet, Mr. Freeman, that you said was their limit? I suppose my question is that the unit size or the shop selling space? Because if you had a 2,000 square foot unit and half of it was storerooms and everything else as it is, and the other 1,000 square foot as shop selling space, that's fine. But if we're saying the whole retail unit at 2,000 square feet couldn't be used for any food and enterprise or anything else, that does rule out nearly everything. So we need to be really mindful and careful about that. And I'd just like some clarity on that as well. And some understanding that shop floor space I get, but not the whole unit space, because half of a retail unit is not taken up with shop floor space, unfortunately. Apart from that, there are issues here, but there's issues in every planning application we ever see, either on the planning committee or in strategic planning. And it's walking that fine line between balance to get the best out of it, and, you know, of hope that the future will bring results that, well, it might do, but 10 or 15, 20 years later than we hope. So I suppose, even though with reservations, and there are reservations on this scheme, it gives us enough just to move forward. So I hope, especially as we have the majority of the local residents, the town council, the district councillors, the ward members on Devon County Council in support, and it's so rare that as a set happens that we do support this and just give Mr. Freeman some reins to negotiate the last few bits away. So I'll certainly be supporting this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howe. Councillor Arnott, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just at this stage, a question really. I'm very much noted what Mr. Freeman said, that we must be aware of the bullet points, which I believe are at the top of page 30, about what this council will need to do itself. In order to achieve the required mix and quantum of uses, the council would need to acquire land within the town centre under the MOU now being offered. So we understand that. The second bullet point is that in order to acquire that land by agreement from ED&CP, the council will almost certainly have to pay a value in excess of the land's value for the purposes that the council would be looking to use it for. Given that what we are being invited to do with this document is to provide a mutually potentially agreeable exit strategy for the developers consortium, I'd like, Chair, through you to ask Mr. Freer or Mr. Duckworth or whoever just to justify why should we have to pay in excess of the land's value for those other sites? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. First, I'll come to Mr. Freeman just to cover off the first points and to cover Councillor Howe's questions as well. And then, if agreeable by everyone, we will bring in Mr. Freer.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Yes, in terms of Councillor Howe's point, the restriction is 1,000 square feet of gross floor area, so the overall area of the unit, not just the retail floor area. But as I said, it applies to a relatively narrow range of uses, i.e. sort of supermarket and direct food sales rather than cafes, restaurants, takeaways and things like that. And it is time limited. And I think those factors have kind of swayed me to feeling that it's not as critical as I first feared it would be as a restriction. But that's the situation in terms of what's being offered there. My understanding is that Morrison's are not going to budge on that. So it's kind of accept that or not. The only thing I'd say in terms of Councillor Arnott's comments before handing over to, I would suggest probably Nick Duckworth, probably the best person to respond to that, is there is an additional bullet point to the two on the top of page 30. There's another one on the bottom of page 31, which I'd ask members to make sure we don't lose track of as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So I will hand over to Nick Duckworth if he's willing to take the question, but also just cover the point of what Mr. Freeman made earlier regarding sport pitches and all weather pitches and where we will find that provision moving forward.
Good afternoon. So taking both points, firstly, when the land was acquired, when we got the planning permission back in 2008, 9, 10, sorry, I can't remember precisely, and the land was being acquired between 2007 and 2010. The town centre was conceived to have more larger, more substantial supermarket in it, as you will remember, was the vogue pre 4 or 5 years ago. And when we were acquiring the land, it was acquired on the basis that we would have that scale of retail and the values associated with that scale of retail food store are the values that Cranbrook phase 1, 3,500 houses and the town centre carries. So I have said to officers on a number of occasions that the burden of the value that we applied to it at that time still sits on the land. So moving on, we did anticipate that there would in addition be residential development in the town centre, and as we have said to officers, if we have to be patient, then we have to be patient. We are very keen to move the scheme forward. That's Hallam, Persimmon and Taylor Wimpey are very keen to get to a position where we can deliver what we have wanted to deliver for a few years now, a retail heart to the town. But at the end of the day, it can only be done if we can do so in a commercial manner, because again, to repeat what's been said before, we can't afford to let the land go in the town centre, creating a loss in relation to the town centre for the businesses. We've worked very hard in the last, as you'll have seen, worked very hard in the last 3 months or so to move to a deal which Mr. Freeman feels he can recommend, and which delivers what we had as the vision for the town centre. I can only urge you to accept it. That is just the commercial reality of where we have got to. On the second point, and it is a recurring theme that I've had for the last 5 years, and it hurts me to hear that we haven't delivered things and delivered things early, because the whole education campus and everything that goes with it was a partnership of Devon County Council, ourselves and East Devon District Council. And we've delivered an education campus which I think the town is proud of, and certainly those people who have children there and who run the campus are proud of. And it is done with the community in mind. And so it is over provided in terms of the scale of what it is for when it was delivered. We delivered it early, and there are pitches that are available, all-weather pitches that are available for use there. So fundamentally, we never have, since delivering that, really felt that there had to be another all-weather pitch. And that's not to say that one can't be delivered in the expansion areas, because in due course, that's something that could be achieved. But that's the answer to the second question today.
Thank you, Mr. Duckworth. So we'll move on to Councillor Mike Allen.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question, one comment. It's a question for Shirley Shaw, really. Is the restraint of trade clause legally enforceable? In fact, is it legal? Because my understanding was that the general rule about restraint of trade in contracts of this kind is unenforceable in common law. The second comment I'd make is I think that Mr. Duckworth was not quite convincing. The land was acquired at a particular value, and see no reason, given that they're already saving over 1.5 million in their proposals, why they can't give us the land on an open book basis at its value, even if there's a slight uplift for loss of interest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Mrs. Shaw, do you want to come in there?
Yes, I'm quite happy, although I'm not a contracts expert, but I would say that it all really depends on the drafting, and it can very well be enforceable. And although the memorandum of understanding is not a contract, further documents would flow from that very well could bind and restrain certain types of use of the land.
Thank you very much. We'll move on. Councillor Kevin Blakey.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I should start by adding to my declaration of interest, because of course I too have had the David Locke letter and brochure and received the emails I think that all the other members have received, and I'll come back to those in a moment. The issue here, I think, remains fairly simple, which is to deliver for the residents of Cranbrook those facilities that the vast majority of the residents want to see delivered sooner rather than later, very much sooner than later. And we've reached a point where the offer is acceptable. And if I can quote Mr. Freeman, quote, fit for purpose for now and for the future, which is, I think, the point that we all wanted to get to. There are matters of detail to be sorted out, one of which that I know is quite clearly causing a little bit of angst, which is the matter of the restraint over the additional retail units and for food use. Bear in mind that if the supermarket building is completed by the end of 2022, the restriction would only apply for a further 5 years to the end of 2027, by which time it's likely that there would be in the realm of 3,500 to 4,000 dwellings in Cranbrook, so it would be approximately half its eventual full size. And I would suggest that there will not be additional supermarket businesses looking to open supermarkets of any size at that point. It would be, I think, somewhat later before any additional retailers, large-scale retailers, would be interested. So I think that that in practice that matter is not a major worry. The thing that I think is probably causing me most concern is the suggestion that we should continue possibly with the SPD, with the strategic planning document, in parallel with the signing the MOU and the procedure towards a planning application and a deal with the developers. I think that to try to run the two in parallel doesn't show the kind of commitment that we need to, and I think it muddies the water as far as the developers are concerned, and potential future investors in the town. For me, I think that the SPD work that's been done so far has been useful, but I don't see any merit in continuing with it for the time being. So I'm going to come back in a little while with a proposed amendment to the recommendation, so that essentially we park that work, the SPD work, because as Mr. Freeman also pointed out, it's a matter of using the resources that the planning department currently have, and it's an item that takes up a lot of resource. And in his own words, could those resources be used on, could they be used better elsewhere? And I think they could. Mr. Freeman also went on to say that he recommended that the MOU is signed, which is obviously a significant difference to the previous meeting, and I'm delighted to hear that. I'd like to just finish this little section by quoting from a couple of the emails that we have had, and I know that the members will have them and I'm sure read them, but just a few that give a flavour of what the people in Cranbrook are thinking. And bear in mind that of the emails we received, the ones that I received anyway, 10 of those were in favour of proceeding with the developer offer. Only one was opposed. So I'll quote for one. It said, "Invest in the town like you do the other towns in East Devon. Treat the people that live here equally to the people in other communities in East Devon, offering the same level of services and amenities that we all contribute to, especially given the high needs of many of the residents that have been moved out here. commit to a sizable budget that will build your version of the town, not in 10 years, but now. And if you can't make any of these promises, you must, for the good of the community, accept the consortium's proposals. Now is your chance to prove to the residents of Cranbrook that our futures count just as much as residents of the other settlements you represent. Please don't let us down. There's one. Another which I have had, which I don't believe other members have had, says Cranbrook people want and need to live and work much more locally than currently. Many small businesses and potential ones are crying out for trading production space, and travelling into Exeter is a tragic reality for so many. Wrong for people and the planet, adding to the increasing Exeter bottlenecks and gridlocks. The environmental problems concerned with people driving to and from work, and also simply driving to and from shops, supermarkets, were identified last time. We're looking at 1 million miles a year being used in supermarket shopping. It's daft. And I'll just sign off with a one-liner from the end of another resident who said, now is your time to do what is right for the citizens of Cranbrook. And that hits the nail on the head for me. It is the time. We clearly have a deal now, which I think we can progress. We're looking at the signature of an MOU that will allow then the planning applications to come forward, and we can look at the detail then. But please, I ask that the other members of this committee vote for the signing of the MOU, and let's get on with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blakey. Bring in Councillor Philip Skinner next.
Thank you, Chair. And I've listened intensely to, and particularly to the members, and I welcome Councillor Blakey in suggesting the letters that were written, and I as well received letters of support and letters against. But I think to talk about us being stuck between a hard place and a rock, there's one thing that I would have thought was an agreement between both the local authority, East Devon County, the developers, Mr. Duckworth and Mr. Freer in particular, is that surely there's a need for them to want to press on and have a town centre. They're trying to sell houses on a site, and those houses need a town centre. And there comes a point when you can get away with it thus far. And I'll revert back to Matt Osborne, who said that the signs of the new town centre coming soon, and the signs have been there so long that they're actually beginning to peel and fall off the barriers at the end, and it's really, that is really fundamentally important. I think an MOU, there is a certain amount of frustration from our officers in trying to ensure, and let's face it, let's get it right. The officers of East Devon District Council, Mr. Freeman and his team, are trying to protect the interests of the people to the best of their ability. And developers are doing what they're doing, and I'm not going to criticise Mr. Freer or Mr. Duckworth in the way that they say that they have been delivering, and they have delivered on several things, but there's been a sticking point in getting to this place. Delivering town centres in today's marketplace, that's nearly being past a poison chalice. What is a town centre, what it should be? And I'm going to revert back to our minister who spoke earlier, and the points she said were very, very, actually hit home with me, and I wondered if she realised what she said, Lythe and Nevard. And what she said, creating places for people to meet, to create the community spirit. That is fundamentally important, that the type of places that should be there is actually going to the, what I would call, if you don't mind, the indigenous population, for people who live and work in that area, for the sustainability of that particular town. I think it's absolutely vital that that happens. So here we are, between decision making, between how do we move forward and how do we best move forward. I think actually Councillor Arnott and Councillor Arnott and myself don't always see eye to eye, but the question that he asked was, why would we be paying over the odds for land? And where we need to be, I think Mr. Duckworth answered that to a degree, but it was a developer's response and not actually what you might call a community response. And that's something that may have to be teaked out as time goes on. I've given a lot of thought to this, and I've never really got involved in Cranbrook, even from the days of the past. I've always done employment, not really focused on housing, but I've been quite close to it from many, many, many years. And I'm going to feel that I want to be supporting what Councillor Blakey was suggesting, and I'm going to be supporting where we are. Is it perfect? No. Is it a way forward? Yes. And is it time for us to move on? Absolutely. The people of Cranbrook, and I think the developers, all want to move on, to get a town centre, to get something done, to actually create that environment and that community that I believe is fundamentally important at this moment in time for Cranbrook to move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Andrew Moulding, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, in the main, I do welcome the revised town centre proposals. I'm particularly pleased that there is an inclusion of the extra care facility that both ourselves and the County Council have been seeking in this community. And within those proposals, as has been mentioned, there are some matters of detail, and I don't know how far those matters of detail will stretch, because Councillor Skinner mentioned that the town centre is a meeting place. It will be different to a traditional town centre. We recognised this some years ago when I was involved in discussions over the town centre, that 21st century town centres were changing. And for me, I don't believe that the town square is big enough. And I hope that the matters of detail can look at that, because what I was hoping was that the town square could be somewhere for country markets, for open air concerts, theatre, open air cinema, for circuses and fairs, and something larger than I've just seen on the plans that were circulated to us. So I think I would like that to be looked at, and whether that town centre area could be stretched in some way. I know it comes down to funding, and has been mentioned before, we could consider enterprise zone funding being used for certain elements that aren't already included. But overall, the residents of Cranbrook are behind these proposals, as are our three district councillors. The modified submission from the consortium, in my view, is worthy of support. I do not support the provision of a new SPD, which I think will almost certainly hold up progress, and I hope we can move forward, Chair, on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moulding. Councillor Ian Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. First thing for me is that we just go right back to the objective. The objective is to deliver a town centre for Cranbrook that its residents want, that is supported by its representatives, town council, district council and county council, and that also meets the reasonable aspirations of the new community partners in East Devon District Council. There are, in that context, there are also the officer support is much stronger this time than it was last time. So obviously I will be supporting, as you remember, I did support the previous resolution back not 7 weeks ago. A few points though. The level playing field, it's a wonderful term that's quite topical this week, but the idea to me of actually paying over the odds for a piece of land for the use to which it's being sold for rankles a little bit. But I do accept that in principle it's within the bat and ball approach of contract negotiation. What I would be interested in, Mr. Freeman may well be able to immediately draw his hands on it, is just turning it into pounds and not, it used to be shillings and pence, but pounds. Just what sort of numbers are we talking difference between the commercial value of that sector of land and its value for residential use? Is that something you have off the top of your head, Ed, or would you like to come back after on that one? Sorry, Chair, with your agreement, he seems to have disappeared into a fuzzy picture to me. I don't know whether anybody else looks like something out of Jurassic Park. Oh, there it's back. Hang on. But, Chair, would you like me to carry on, or would you like Mr. Freeman to pick it up?
If you just carry on, and I'll let him give him some
Okay, so that's the first point. Second point, MPPF approach to open book on viability issues. We've almost seems to have glossed over this. Now, I'm assuming if it's part, as we've been advised, of the MPPF policy in viability claims and changes in planning policy as a result, then it must have happened previously. And again, with your permission, Chair, you may feel it appropriate to ask Mr. Duckworth what his specific problem with that is. Because again, I think understanding is part of a good way of sharing common values in working together on delivering a town centre project like this. The third point was, I'm grateful to Mike Allen, Councillor Allen, sorry, for bringing it forward and beating me to it, was the basic legal acceptability of anti-competitive restrictions in contract. Now, Shirley, our officer, has given the classic response of a lawyer that I've heard so many times over the last 40 years, which is, of course, it depends. Now, that would be quite an interesting one, because I was frantically trying to get through EU competitive law and principles on the website while you were talking. Whether that might not be relevant for more than a couple of weeks is one comment. But of course, I do really want to be sure that is actually legally enforceable. In practice, I don't think these things ever are, and I am reassured by the fact that even if it were enforceable, we're only talking about a maximum of 5 years after the building of the supermarket anyway, which does make me really question whether it's really worth fighting. But clearly, if Morrisons think it is, then that's got to be up to them. Finally, I question again, it's interesting because one of the things that sprang to mind early doors in reading this report was, in the context that we support the MOU and support the proposal, I don't really see the value in focusing what Mr. Freeman's always telling us are very scant and tested resources in continuing the work on an SPD. So that was where I am. But there's one deal breaker to me. I'm sorry, guys. One deal breaker to me. I heard, and I think Councillor Moulding, I'm surprised hasn't jumped in on this one already, that the proposal to put a cricket square in the middle of a football pitch, sorry, no. Now, I've got to, for my support, the price is that whoever is responsible for this has got to agree and recognise the fact you cannot play cricket in the middle of a football field. In the same way, well, you know, not even in Yorkshire. In Yorkshire, we wouldn't even contemplate it, but I know Devonish cricket is not perhaps quite in the same frame. But again, you know, that's a deal breaker. So I'd like some reassurance on that. But what I'd like to do, because I think we're at a point where we can get some proposals out there, and I'd like to propose 3 amended recommendations, if that's okay, Chair. Yeah? Okay, right. First one, I suggest that the members support the updated offer from East Devon New Community Partners. Secondly, that we actually agree in principle to the memorandum of understanding as proposed is covered by delegated authority to the Chief Exec and portfolio holder, and that we delete recommendation 3 completely.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
There endeth. Apart from the cricket. Now I ought to put a 4th recommendation in, that the whole deal's off if the cricket square's built in the football pitch. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, irrespective of that, this is Councillor Moulding, I would second that proposal.
Just about to ask. Thank you, Councillor Moulding.
Does that include the cricket?
That's, again, another matter of detail for further discussion.
So, just with that, can I bring in Nick Duckworth just to cover off the comments that Councillor Thomas made, and then I'll come to Ed Freeman.
So, firstly, on viability, the question is, have we submitted a viability assessment? Well, we call it a viability sketch. And as Mr. Freeman will know, the intricacies of viability, which we've spent a couple of days discussing recently at the Cranbrook DPD examination, I don't want to go into here. But fundamentally, what we have tried to do in our viability sketch is a little different to the sort of viability that, that Ed and his team have in mind. Because fundamentally what I said 10 minutes ago is that when we bought the site in 2008, 9, 10, we looked at all the potential costs of buying the land and the infrastructure, everything at that time. And since that time, as we've been developing the site, we've been measuring the profits and losses against the cost plan then across the whole site, a part of which is the town centre. And we have tried in the viability sketch to portray the position across the whole of the Cranbrook development. I think that Ed and his team would have us look more particularly at the viability of the town, just the town centre, without the burden of the infrastructure costs that the town centre acres have to carry because they are part of a larger scheme. So we have tried to do it, and I have said we have tried to do it to your officers, but we haven't done it in the way that they would wish us to do. And that's the area of disagreement. One thing I didn't say earlier, but I will say now, is it was a request of the officers that the land was made available for you to buy, about 5 acres. I think it's 5.5 acres that we're making available for you to buy. And I would say, as Ed has pointed out, we are making available for £1 about 1.6 acres over and above what we should be making available through the Section 106 we signed in 2009-10. We're giving free what would, if we were trying to establish the same residential value, be worth about in my view, Ed might have a different view, but about £1.7 million. So we're already going the extra mile. We're already giving you land, 1.6 acres of it, that we weren't supposed to be giving in the days when we signed the 106. Sorry, I could go on, but that I think is a point that I'd be grateful if you would try and remember.
Thank you very much for your comments there, Mr. Duckworth. Really appreciate it. Just move to Ed Freeman just for a response as well.
Thank you, Chairman. So just in terms of the viability issues, as Nick says, they have provided a viability sketch. It doesn't comply with, in our minds, with the requirements of the NPPF in terms of a viability appraisal. I mean, I think someone once told me that viability is a black art ultimately, it's a minefield. But I mean, I think one of the main issues from my perspective is, obviously you've heard Nick talk about the values paid for land at the outset and the expectations from that time, whereas an NPPF appraisal would basically look at the land value now. So I think that is one of the big issues in terms of viability, but we are where we are, and you know, I have no expectations that we're now going to get the viability appraisal that we sought. So we have to make a decision based on what we do have in front of us. It's not ideal, as has been said, but it is what it is, and that's what a decision needs to be made on today. In terms of, I think Nick said about the land being given over in addition to what's in the Section 106, I would say, and I tried to make this clear in my presentation, obviously that has to be offset against requirements like the sports pitch land, etc., that we're being asked to write off through this MOU. So yes, more land is coming to us, but it is coming at a cost. How you consider that cost obviously needs to be weighed against the sports pitch provision that's already been made. And how sufficient members feel that is. The decision to overlay the cricket square on the football pitches was made a number of years ago, and so that's long since gone and been decided. As I said, there is an all-weather pitch at the education campus, so it's not like the town doesn't have that facility, but it was always envisaged that it wouldn't be at the education campus. So I think there is a shortfall in sports pitch land, perhaps not as significant as on the face of it might look, but it's something that will need to be addressed moving forward. as I say, fundamentally, the deal is what it is, and I think we've come as far as we can in terms of negotiations, and it's a case of coming to a view based on what we have in front of us today. To just pick up on Councillor Thomas's point about land values, I wasn't going to put specific values on it. I think Nick mentioned some figures there. To my mind, essentially, residential value could be in the region of 3 or 4 times what a value for commercial business spaces might be for that land. So that's where I say it could be substantially higher. But essentially, the alternative is to go through a CPO route that may or may not yield the land becoming available to us at a lower value than that, and could take years, realistically. So going through the Lands Tribunal could take 4 or 5 years in itself, with no guarantee of a better outcome. So again, it's what's on the table, and to my mind, on balance, I think it's the best option is to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman, so just going by what was said there, we're receiving the extra land as a shortfall of already under provision in the Section 106. So via Nick Duckworth's comments, he said that it was 1.7 million's worth of land. We are at a shortfall of nearly 2 million, so there is some distance between those two figures. We'll move on to Councillor Ollie Davey.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to remember some of the members making the same speeches last time, that we should take the deal, it was the best we were going to get, and then we could all move on. We decided not to. We decided to stick to our guns, and lo and behold, the developers have come back with an improved offer, which ultimately will be better for the people of Cranbrook. And I'm slightly mystified why East Devon District Council has kind of ended up the villain of the piece as far as the people of Cranbrook are concerned. Let's be clear about this. It's not been East Devon District Council that's kept moving the goalposts here. The developers have kept coming back and pleading viability, as they always do, and we are in this situation. But really, if you watch the video, you'd think it's all going swimmingly and absolutely wonderful. And the reality underlying this is it's an unholy mess. And I know we really need to move on. And I understand very well how much those residents who are there want to see these facilities coming forward and being developed. And they were urging us to do the same last time. So I just want to ask them to bear in mind that, it appeared we were being awkward last time. It has actually resulted in an improved offer, which ultimately will benefit everybody. Watching the video, it struck me that the market square looked very small. And I think 1 or 2 other people have made that point. Councillor Moulding made that point as well. And I wonder if we can improve the size of that. It does seem to me that, you're going to get a few market stalls in there, and it's going to be quite tiny, which will seriously impact on the number of activities that can take place there. Councillor Moulding referred to the traditional town centre. Actually, traditionally, town centres were meeting places. It is only in the 20th century, and I read this quite recently, that they became commercial spaces. Before that, they were largely meeting places. They were places where people went for markets, people sold their labour there, you had the hiring fairs, so the idea that the traditional marketplace is a commercial space, actually all we're doing is turning the clock back a century or so and going back to something that was always there. We'll probably end up considering the 20th century as a bit of an aberration. And for that reason, I think we need to look at putting a bigger open space there so that ability for people to gather and socialize can be fully realized. So I hope we can look at that in the plans. The MOU will not be legally binding, and that goes both ways. So I don't have a huge problem with signing up to it, although I noticed that one of the provisions in it is that we accept that we are going to buy this land at residential values. Now, Mr. Duckworth has said that land was acquired between 2007 and 2010. I'm willing to bet that land is worth an awful lot more now than when they bought it back in 2010. And I think it was Councillor Allen who suggested that we actually acquire it at the price that they paid then. He said it was valued for a large retail store, that's commercial. And there seems to be a kind of circular argument there that is worthy of catch-22, which is you've got to pay residential values because we intend to go outside what the master plan said and build houses on it, and therefore you've got to acquire it at residential values. It seems a totally circular argument, and that we can't afford to put affordable housing on there, so forget any kind of reduction in terms of that. We want the whole amount. So I think there's still a lot to be argued about there. And I think this is going to be a bit like Brexit. It's an oven-ready deal that a year later, we're still going to be looking at the fine detail of. I totally agree that town centres need to grow flexibly and organically. And I hope there can be a suitable space there for the town centre to do that. There's certainly a lot more retail than there was. And I think for a viable high street, we do need those small retail shops. And I'm a bit disappointed in the restrictions being demanded by Morrison's, because I would like to see things like greengrocers, whole food shops, and so on springing up there. And if they're going to be restricted to 1,000 square feet, I think that's disappointing. But as Councillor Blakey has pointed out, by the time the supermarket's built and by the time those other units are built, that may not be such a time lag before that is possible anyway. And until then, we may be able to test the market with pop-up shops and so on. The SPD, it's been suggested that we simply scrap that, but as Mr. Freeman said, it does contain key principles in how the town centre should develop, and I would want to pursue further whether there might be some value in, again, making clear what East Devon District Council's vision for the town centre is, and that is stuck to, so that people can't come back later and say, oh, well, look, actually now we can't provide this, or that's not going to happen. So there may be some value in pursuing that, but that's a further argument to be had, I think. Broadly, I think we are where we are, and we probably should get on. We should sign the MOU, and then we get down to the nitty-gritty of the detail. For me, this land value thing is a sticking point, but I will leave it to our officers to deal with that one.
Thank you very much, Councillor David. Councillor Nick Cookway.
Thank you, Chair. I was one of the councillors at the previous meeting who rejected the plans presented at that meeting, and I'm very pleased to see that developers have come back with what I consider to be a much improved a plan with the extra care housing and the leisure facilities and the health and wellbeing centre. I think are going to be extremely important additions to this proposal. However, I will add to Councillor Moulding's question about the square. I'm going to raise the current issue of COVID and the pandemic. I think it is absolutely essential that the square is enlarged, and I would refer all members here to the the Strand in Exmouth, which is a large open space. It was redeveloped and controversially redeveloped by this council several years ago. But actually, under the present conditions, it has proved to be a very useful place where people can meet and be socially distanced. I'm afraid I take a very pessimistic view about the present pandemic. I don't think we're out of the woods for some time to come. And I am quite happy to support the MOU, but I would like to see a much bigger town square. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hookway. Councillor Paul Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, well, it's been fascinating listening to everyone. I'm a lover of history. I love history, and I'm minded by the great philanthropists of the past: the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Mellons, the Fords, the people who built towns and they built cities and built communities. But that's not what modern development is about. Modern development is about that. Councillor Thomas touched on it. It's pounds, shillings and pence. That's all that counts. And you can't blame them. Modern developers do what government policy encourages them to do, make money. They're not there to build communities. They put it in their brochures, but they're not there to build houses. They're there to make profit for shareholders. It's always money first, people second. That's an incontrovertible truth. But it wasn't always that way. Now, towns and places and town centres, they do develop. That's the matter of course. You've only got to look at Councillor Moulding's recent Moulding's Memories in Axminster. Well, Axminster's been around for 2,300 years and it's evolved. Its buildings have grown, they've been knocked down, they've been redeveloped, they've been repurposed. And I'd like to think in 40, 50 years that we'll see Kevin and Kim's Cranbrook Chronicles being published. That would be lovely to see how their community grew. But the issue I really have is that the problem we have didn't start in 2012 when the first brick was laid. The problem started in 2003 when this Section 106 agreement was negotiated. And hindsight's a wonderful thing. But what Cranbrook is facing now is the loss of amenities. We're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Sorry, Peter, Councillor Faithful, and I know there's several Pauls here. So if I look through the list of what's going to be lost, this is page 30 from the report in front of you, planning obligations. We're losing, so this is the residents of Cranbrook are going to lose £121,000 of formal open space. They're losing £500,000 of contribution towards primary education, what their children are going to rely on to learn. They're losing £244,000 of sports pitch provision, £270,000 of leisure centre provision, £600,000 of health and wellbeing hub. These are all what was requested, the 3.857 million planning obligation request, and then in the right-hand column, what the consortium is proposing, and it comes to 1.714, including the Sangs purchase. So, as other members have stated, you're losing 2.142 million. So what they're paying is about 45% of what is obliged to pay. Now, of course, so what's being offered is then £1.7 million of land. But that's just it. It's just land. So I draw members' attention to page 79 of the report, of the agenda in front of you. Section 106 requirements. So the 55-bed extra care facility with land due to be transferred to Devon County Council. This will need capital investment through public grants or future Section 106 agreement funding from the expansion areas. Devon County Council have granted themselves planning permission for a single building. The land and a financial contribution are secured, although there is a funding gap. Devon County Council are exploring the opportunities for a funding gap. So there's more funding to be found. The health and wellbeing hub is secured. The site is secured in the 106 agreement. But there will need to be future funding secured through Section 106 agreements for the expansion areas. The blue light services, No capital build cost has been secured. 1.9 identified to be secured through Section 106 agreements from the expansion areas. This is a classic case of jam tomorrow. This is the problem. And what will happen, you've already seen with the viability now, is that viability is a black art. So when the time comes to deliver all of this extra funding gap, I fear that what you'll find from the expansion area is another viability assessment, another sketch, another plan that doesn't conform to national planning policies, but is instead agreed by the developers what they want. You know, understand, you know, it's a capitalist world we live in. Developers want to make as much money as possible. But aside from some of the other things, and I'll come to those in a minute, being asked now, and again, this is, we touched on earlier, what was put in this report for members to consider has now changed. Mr. Freeman alluded to it. The MOU terms have changed since members looked at this report. We're now being asked to sign an MOU without the knowledge of land values in front of us. That was the part of the last MOU, that we would agree it and then there'd be a negotiation with valuers on both sides to come up with a land value. There'd be some give, there'd be some take, there'd be some arguments, some legal arguments about whether the land is mixed use, whether it should be residential. Now that's out of the window. We are being pushed yet again with an artificial deadline to sign an MOU where we don't know the land values, but every member here is being asked to sign it, a blank check. Sign it, just get on with it, get on with it. What if the land value is 10 million? What if then? You've committed yourself, you've signed the MOU. And this is my issue. It's, and I'm sorry for this has to become personal. You know, there was a comment earlier about that from Mr. Duckworth that it hurts. Well, it hurts East Devon. It hurts residents to be in this situation. And I look at the language in this report, page 31, the developer, the consortium threatened to walk away and not deliver youth facilities, libraries and town council offices. It's constant coercion. Unless you do what we say, we will walk away. We will mothball it. Well, I've seen that in Axminster. I've seen threats that if you don't allow us to do this, we will walk away. And what happened in Axminster? The Section 106 agreement torn up. Seaton, Section 106 agreement torn up. In Newton Poppleford, Section 106 agreement torn up. We were promised there a brand new surgery. It was a given. Everyone knew it was going to happen. No, it didn't. What happened was 2 more executive homes got built. The community got nothing. And I'm afraid this is when it comes to. So for the residents, and I empathise entirely. As I say, I have residents, councillors shaking their head. You are visible, by the way. But I have children who live there. My grandchildren will live there. And I empathise entirely that they have been sold a dream. The first speaker mentioned this. They've been sold a dream on a false promise. And that's awful. That's awful that that's happened. But for someone who is desperately thirsty, you will pay any price for a glass of water. Even though there's an oasis over the horizon, you will want water now. You will pay any price. And I'm afraid this is what I feel. And despite all this, I am not convinced by this deal. I'm afraid it doesn't do anything for me. It's a case that, and Councillor Davey alluded to it, I believe there's still room for more negotiation. On the 1st of January, we have an event coming that will turn the entire UK upside down. We just don't know. And yet 10 days before Christmas, we're being asked to rush and make a decision, chop, 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 clicky fingers, because that's the necessity. It's not a necessity at all. 10 days, a month won't make any difference. And I'm afraid I'm in a position that, having heard all the arguments, I cannot, in all good conscience, support this because I don't believe it will deliver. And I absolutely, in my heart, I hope for my sake, for all our sake, East Devon's sake, my children's sake, that I am proved wrong. I really do. And I don't want to be proved right. I would much prefer to be proved wrong, and then everyone can have a go at me and say, "Oh, you scaremonger." Well, that's fine. That's my conscience doing that. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I've had my say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayward. I'll just bring in Ed Freeman there just to cover off the points. I know that the town square has been mentioned quite a few times, and just to cover off any points that Councillor Hayward made that you want to make comment on.
Thank you, Chairman. So I just wanted to clarify exactly what you're being asked to agree today, I suppose, in the MOU, because a couple of points have been made around the size of the square. I suppose, first of all, I would say is if you look at the plan on Appendix 3 in the agenda, I would just clarify that obviously that town square that you saw on the fly-through could potentially expand across the road and into the setback for the town council offices. So there is scope to actually close off a much larger area for larger events than what was actually shown, I think, on the one side of the road in terms of the town square. But I would just stress that the MOU doesn't fix the size of the square or those details. That is something that would follow through in the planning applications and be agreed later. So that isn't something so much for today. Although obviously we would much rather see a bigger square. This is again one of those issues where compromises have to be made to reach agreement. In terms of values, and I hear what Councillor Hayward was saying, I would just stress that there's two things here. So the MOU would fix a value for the purchase of land within the town centre, but it wouldn't commit us to actually buying that land at that value. That would obviously have to be a later decision for Cabinet to make, ultimately, about whether or not to go ahead. The issue I would stress from a planning perspective, which is obviously what this committee needs to consider, is that if the council doesn't go ahead and purchase that land, obviously you will have a heavily compromised, in my view, town centre in terms of its ability to accommodate future needs. So that's the issue. A value hasn't been negotiated yet. That is, again, something else that would need to be completed before the MOU could be signed. All I'm saying at this point is we need to be mindful of the consortium's expectations in terms of value, but there's still a negotiation to be had. And even with the value that goes into the MOU, off the back of those negotiations, a subsequent decision about whether or not to actually buy land at that value, which my understanding would be that would be for Cabinet to make that decision ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I'm going to slightly change up the order because of people that have, just to give the rest of the members who haven't spoken yet an opportunity to speak. So we'll speak next to Eleanor Rylance and then go to Councillor Ingham.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, the first thing I wanted to say is that compared to what we saw 2 months ago, I think this is heading in the right direction. I like a lot of the things that have been introduced. I like the library on the High Street. I like the children's centre on the High Street. But what I guess where I start to have problems is, it's firstly we're in a situation where you wouldn't really want to be starting from here. Is kind of where we are at the moment. It's a shame that we're still 12, 15 years after the start of Cranbrook, still talking about what the town centre will look like. It is a shame that we're still negotiating essentially over detail so far into the process. It's kind of upsetting that people have been moved in for 8 years now without any notable community facilities. So what I'd really like to pick up on is, for me, the lack of community meeting spaces, because I think it was Councillor Davey said, town centres of the future, they need to be flexible. But what we do know about the town centres is that people go to them because they want to meet other people. And I think that's going to carry on being a feature. I would be very wary on that basis of limiting the purpose of shops. I mean, I understand the commercial sensitivities that Morrison's have brought to bear in this, but I'm a little concerned that we would be limiting the vibrancy of the town centre by limiting the use of shops. For example, within 5 square miles, there's a huge variety of local food produced. Is that not going to get any inroads whatsoever into Cranbrook for at least 7 years? So that would be a shame. It would be nice if we could have if we could be building units that could be repurposed very quickly without too much administrative steps to change their use, so that we can ensure that we have continual usage of any units that we build. I also feel, you know, even as a total atheist, I feel that we're very sorely lacking faith space in Cranbrook. There's simply nowhere, apart from the primary school, the first primary school, where people can meet for worship at the moment. I mean, there's also nowhere that I would consider to be a sort of community, sort of ethical, meditative space, which is kind of a faith space as well, really. Is there provision for those things within maybe the town hall? That's one of my questions. In terms of, I'm concerned about the price we're going to end up paying for this land as well, because it's going to very much limit what we can do with it. And I'd really like to see us, you know, fighting. We have to be fighting the resident side in this, because as others have pointed out, you know, other actors are fighting the side of shareholders. Our job is to fight the side of residents, and that's what I think we've been doing. And I think we're managing to get to somewhere which is heading in the right direction on that. But I feel like as an actor, we need to be delivering something that's for the community. But if we have to pay an enormous amount of money for a piece of land, that very much limits what we can do with it later in terms of delivering community facilities on it. Because, I mean, Mr. Duckworth, sorry, through you, Chair, I know you said you were giving us free land, but I think you can't overlook the fact that East Devon Council is spending taxpayers' money. We're spending the money of the taxpayers of East Devon, which, you know, originally before Cranbrook was the money of the people, everybody who lived in East Devon, and now it includes people who live in Cranbrook. We have expended also considerable resources into the Cranbrook project on behalf of the taxpayers of East Devon. So to say it's free land is a little what's the word, extreme, I think, term, because it has, you know, everything has a cost. You know, we have several officers on this call, and every single time they're up in the meeting, that they are costing the taxpayers money. So we can't say that things are free. There's no such thing as free, really. I, like others, would like to see bigger outdoor meeting spaces, particularly with what's happening at the moment and what may be ongoing. I noticed in the Cranbrook development document, we always did say that we wanted, you know, larger outside meeting spaces and potentially Market Square. I don't really see this as a particularly usable Market Square, to be honest. It's more, it's not going to be somewhere where your greengrocer can come and unload trays of cabbages. It's going to be more a place for selling knickknacks, to my view, because I mean, okay, I mean, I know that your 3D walkthrough is kind of is meant to give you an idea rather than be actually you know, a vision of what it's going to be like. But you would want trees in a market square, and that kind of limits what you can do with it in terms of using it as a market square. So I mean, I would like to see a bit of leeway on, a bit of compromise on that. I mean, so I feel like we're heading in the right direction. I'm minded to vote for, I think, but on the basis that the memorandum of understanding is not the high point of this process, but the starting point, and that any opportunities for improving this scheme that can be found along the way would be taken advantage of by the developers. So in order to deliver better facilities for the residents. What I would really loathe to see, actually, is the memorandum of understanding taken as read and then gradually snipped away at. That's my biggest fear, to be honest. And it has happened in the past. I'm sorry, Mr. Duckworth, but it has happened in the past. And the viability always pops up as an issue. And I think it's our job to stand firm against, well, so I can't admit to having any great understanding of how the viability report is drawn up, I'm afraid. But I can't really see that it's a good idea to be how can I phrase this best? To be accepting developers' claims about viability without actually seeing any actual figures. So, I mean, I would hope that this is something that Mr. Freeman and various other people were looking at and were able to have a look at. it would be nice to have an open book on those figures, even if you don't end up drawing a full, compliant viability report. It would be nice to know that there were actually viability issues. I mean, because viability is used so often as a catch-all way to actually not deliver things. It has been used in the past. And I kind of echo what Councillor Hayward said earlier, really, that I do have concerns about that. So to recap, I think this is heading in the right direction. I think it's got a lot of potential, to deliver what the residents need right now. My slight fear is, does it have the potential to deliver what the residents of the future will require? Is it going to be dimensioned enough to cope with 8,000 houses rather than 3,000? So those are my sort of slightly vague questions, I suppose, because we haven't actually been given any actual dimensions. And could you please try to find some more space for communal meeting areas? It's really, really crucial for the life of Cranbrook and for the social life of Cranbrook. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rylance. Councillor Ingham.
Thank you, Chair. Ultimately, this committee, we have to do our level best to advise Cabinet and, of course, full Council to the best of our ability so that they can do the right thing. When we look at the amended proposal put forward by Councillor Ian Thomas, I believe to help us vote, we have to ask two questions. The first one is, does this contain a workable solution? And the second question is there a credible alternative? If your answer to the first question is yes, and your answer to the second question is no, then I believe it is our duty as members of this committee to support the proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ingham. Councillor Cathy McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, I think my fellow members have said all that I would have wanted to say and have been thinking about. I've no idea. I need to share an idea rather with you, and I don't know when else I would get a chance to say this, but I've been looking at Appendix 3 of the Cranbrook Town Centre plan. And just very briefly, I know it's probably a planning matter, but where the town, my real angst with this has been since seeing it is the supposed town square, which is so minuscule, ridiculous. But to enlarge that, could we not make that road all the way across pedestrian only, so you can only come in from either side, and include the whole of that area, the town square, all the way across the road to where there are two trees there, I think, but make that the town square area. Just an idea, but I really needed to put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just bring Ed Freeman back in just to cover some of Eleanor Rylance's comments, and Cathy McLaughlin's there as well.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just in terms of Councillor McLaughlin's comment that's just been made, yes, I mean, I don't think the intention is to pedestrianise that section of Tilhouse Lane on any kind of permanent basis, but obviously if there was an event on in the town that's hosted in the town square, I can't see any reason why you couldn't potentially close off that section of the road to enable sort of an enlarged square across that area. In front of the town hall. As I say, these are details that we're still negotiating because this is part of the planning applications which will be coming forward. So it's useful to hear members' comments on those things, and obviously we can take those forward to inform our further discussions in the run-up to the applications coming in to try and address those concerns.
Thank you, Ed.
In terms of Councillor Rylance's comments, I just wanted to update in terms of Faith land, because there is land adjacent to the existing St Martin's School for a place of worship. that I understand we're in the process of trying to transfer to the diocese. And there's also land for a second place of worship and a parsonage in one of the expansion areas coming through the Cranbrook Plan DPD as well. So we have made provision for that, and that will provide obviously spaces for faith groups and no doubt other groups to meet in future. So hopefully that helps to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed. Councillor Paul Arnott, just bringing you back in.
Thank you for that very much, Chair. I'll try and be brief. A lot of people have raised the same problems over again. So to summarise them very quickly, there's huge disappointment with the S106. There is huge disappointment, and in my mind, it is unacceptable that we haven't got an open book procedure here. There is opacity still about what the land values will be and the reasons why they may be in the category they're in. There is obviously concern about the town square. The town square isn't a town square. It's just a bit of open pavement, isn't it, really? Let's be honest about that. However, that's all said, I take very, very seriously indeed what the members of this committee, particularly the Cranbrook members, have been begging us to do, and I can understand why. And the town council, and good to see you again, the vicar, the local vicar as well, and everybody else. We need to find a way out of this. But I think we are still underestimating our negotiating position here. I keep saying it, and I'll say it again. The consortium need a firm exit strategy, and we're nearly there. But we also hold some cards. Now, the card they have at the moment is the Morrison's card. That's the one about the timing, isn't it? Everybody, the town, and indeed we, are terrified that Morrison's, if we don't send them an email tomorrow, rather than, let's say, mid-January, are going to go off in a strop and open up somewhere else. And I'm wondering in these circumstances if that's a risk we may have to take. I was minded to propose a deferral on this until we could get some more questions answered. And I'm really concerned about the open book thing. I don't think that's right. But equally, I'm not quite sure how that's going to help us move forward with the timely need that the people of Cranbrook have expressed. So I'm content if you can work on this S106, and it's, you know, as Councillor Hayward and everybody else has said, it would be Christmas, wouldn't it? It would be Christmas. This timing is useless. I'd like to see the S106 come back to Cabinet on the 6th of January so we can have a look and see what progress has been made. Sorry, when I say S106, I actually mean the MOU. I'd like to see that MOU worked on, and I'm sorry if it's going to ruin a few Christmases, but that's tough. Between now and the 6th of January, in good faith, between our officers and with Councillor Ledger representing the members' interest, I'd like to see that come back. Cabinet can have another look on the 6th of January, and then all members, of course, can then have just the opportunity they've got today to contribute both within and outside of Cabinet. And on that basis, the other problem is, I think, with Councillor Thomas's motion, I think it's a vast mistake, and we must not in any means take the SPD off the table. Of course we mustn't do that. We own it. We've put in a huge amount of work and resource to that. And I've got a feeling that Councillor Blakey may have been moving towards a very sensible solution, a form of words where we park it, basically. Let's just put that to one side for a bit. But we certainly don't say, well, we're deleting that. We'll never come back to that. While we've still got this MOU negotiation going on, we can't possibly do that. So those are my thoughts, Chair. I don't know if they're helpful. I'd like to see you go off and do your best with the MOU negotiations. I'd like to see this come back to Cabinet. If we need to put in a phone call to Morrison's, if you need me to put in a phone call to Morrison's to say, bear with us, please, over the next 3 or 4 weeks. I think it incredibly unlikely that they'll just sulk and go off to points north. But we've got to get to the bottom of some of this. I agree absolutely, as Mr. Freeman has said, the town square can be a matter of planning as it comes forward, and I'm sure everybody will proceed in good faith there. There's quid pro quo that can be achieved there. I'm just so uneasy about us agreeing these exorbitant land values prior to actually signing off on this, and we need to make some progress on that with the consortium. And I'm sorry, chaps, you're just going to have to open your books, because that is the way this council now does it. It doesn't matter if it's how it was done in 2003 or 2012. We want to see the detail. We want to see the financials. If you want to work with us in good faith, then that's what we need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Arnott. Is that a proposal?
If you can pick the bones out of that, Chair, yes, it is, I suppose. Yeah, yes, it is a proposal, yes.
Just for the benefit of Mrs. Shaw, can you come up with some wording and I'll come back to you after I've spoken with Kevin Blakey?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Blakey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few points that I think they're quite small points, but they do seem to have taken on an importance of their own in the last hour or so. Let's talk about the town square first of all. We're getting way ahead of ourselves because what we're looking at here is a matter of planning. It's off in the future. But just as a general point, one of the ideas that has been kicked around for a very long time is that actually the town council building, which sits immediately opposite proposed town square, would be set back from the main local route from Tilhurst Road, which would essentially give more public open space and would enable the creation of quite a large square altogether, taking into account both sides of the road. So I think that's something that has already been recognised. And in any case, I'm reasonably certain that the developers will show some flexibility on the size of a square space, and perhaps through the chair, I can ask Mr. Duckworth what his view would be on that. Is the town square, the public square, if you pardon the pun, set in stone, or is there room for a little more? If that's okay, Nick, do you want to comment?
By all means, Mr. Duckworth, you want to come in?
Yeah, in relation to the town square, it is 30 metres by 22.5 metres or thereabouts. I would say it is a meaningful space. It isn't just a piece of land that we've left over, but I think we could probably move what I call the phase 2 residential and retail slightly further to the east, generating a bit more space in the town square if that's what is desired. So just in answer to your question, Kevin, that's something that we can look at. I must also say, whilst I've been given the opportunity to speak again, that it was the strategy of East Devon Planning Department way back in 2007-8, right at the very beginning of this. So when we signed the 106, that it would make, we would make space for some of the uses in the town centre that we're now making space for, and that some of the funding would not come from the first 3,000 or 2,900 or 3,500 houses, and indeed would come from the growth of Cranbrook. So it isn't that we're reneging on the deal that we did way back then. It was the strategy that was enshrined way back then that we are sort of delivering. Thanks.
Can I continue, Chair?
Very pressed for time, Councillor Blakey.
Okay, I'll be quick. there's been a lot of talk about the types of shops and businesses and all that sort of thing. Forget that, because the market will determine what's going to go in. The Town Council has had a number of inquiries from all sorts of businesses, no type of which has been mentioned so far today, but that will happen. Land values is obviously a bit of a sticking point for many. And perhaps we can have the assistance of Mr. Freeman on this, because my understanding of it is that the land values for the extra land needs to be agreed before the MOU can be signed, and that actually an agreement has been reached with the developers that both sides will have the advice of professional valuers to come in and assist with this and actually ensure that an agreement is reached before the MOU is signed, and that can be done fairly quickly. Ed, again, through the chair, Ed, is that the case?
Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, yes. So, I mean, we would instruct valuers, as I'm sure the consortium would, to assess the value of the land to inform a negotiation with the consortium. But I would stress that I don't think that changes the fact that the consortium are working on the basis that they are expecting residential values, and so that's why I raised that as a key issue now, because I think members need to accept that that is the likely basis for any valuation. To inform this discussion, the actual amount has yet to be determined, but there is that principle that I think members need to be happy with if they are to sign the MOU. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, Chair, one final point, which is regarding the point 3 in the recommendation, and Councillor Thomas has already put in his proposal, but I propose an amendment to his amendment part 3 regarding the SPD, which is, as I mentioned earlier, is essentially the parking. I have some wording which I would propose in place, which is that the proposed supplementary planning document to the town centre is indefinitely paused while the developers proceed with planning applications, but use the work done to date as a guide to the design of developments in the town centre. So that's essentially saying, use what we've got, don't spend any more time on it. And that's me, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blakey. I see Councillor Ingham's called for a vote, but just before that, we do need to go back to Councillor Arnott. I know he's just emailed me a wording of a possible proposal, and by the looks of it, it may be able to fit in as an amendment to Councillor Thomas's. So I don't know how you wish to work this, but Paul, go ahead.
Okay, I'll read it out for members, Chair, and it may, I think, Shirley will be able to advise if this is amendment. So very simple in 2 sentences. The first is that we delegate to the portfolio holder for strategic planning, the leader and deputy leader, and the strategic lead planning to negotiate further with the consortium regarding the MOU, the result to come to either cabinet on 6th of January or a cabinet held within 14 days of that date. And the second line is that the SPD is noted of pending the result of these MOUs. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas, would you be willing to accept that as an amendment?
It's quite interesting, really, Chair, because I get the distinct impression that this has actually been hijacked rather than amended. And bear in mind, you've had a duly seconded proposal on the table now for a good hour, I would think, if not longer. I think I would take some amendment to what we've got here, or what I had suggested originally. But just to confirm what I'd like to see go forward, firstly, my first point was I'm dealing with the recommendations as per the papers for ease of reference, that the members support the updated offer from the updated new community partners in principle. That's the first point. That secondly, I'm trying to get the right thing again, what I said before, that we agree in principle the memorandum of understanding and delegate authority to chief executive and portfolio holder strategic planning. Now, there is a clear wish of the leader to get involved with this, and I understand that, but I would ask that he consider resisting that temptation to let those directly responsible to work on something like this, rather than taking personal involvement. But on the other hand, I ask him that question. If he's prepared to do that, then that's great. If he's not, but he must answer that question specifically, I'm happy to include delegate authority to the chief executive, leader and portfolio holder strategic planning. I don't honestly see any need to take it beyond that to sign a final MOU on behalf of the council. But what I'd also do is the point 3, I think, in relation to the SPD, really, I was trying to get it out of the way so it didn't just linger and didn't be tempted to go back into it in very much the same way as I tried yesterday with getting the housing company struck off at Company's House, rather than merely left to linger and fester in the background and form a distraction to debate. Then I think what we're looking at doing is we're not looking at progressing the SPD beyond where we are now. So in that respect, I in principle agree totally with Councillor Blakey's proposal, and then I suggest that his comment that actually I would happily accept the current supplementary planning document for the town centre is paused indefinitely to allow whatever it was the phrase was that fits in with the process that Mr. Freeman would find agreeable. Sorry, I think that's really something the leader's got to answer as to whether he really feels the need to be personally involved in this. Bear in mind something, it is only an MOU and it will still come back to Cabinet, which will give he and his Cabinet colleagues ample opportunity to debate, also in regard to the specifics of the land that's available for purchase by the council at whatever rate it ultimately is decided. That negotiation's still there, and it needs to be agreed ideally before the MOU, but it actually gives Cabinet plenty of time to then work on what is or isn't going to be included in those plots of land going forward as part of the work. I'm trying to get clarity to this in the same way as I tried yesterday with the housing project. And I think we need to send a quite clear message to the people of Cranbrook, not a fudged, garbled message, but a clear message that we feel we've got a reasonable position now, subject to a lot better than any oven-ready deal that Boris is working with elsewhere, but a reasonable deal that can come forward and that shows the fact that this council is prepared to move forward now and start the delivery of a town centre that meets the reasonable aspirations of the people of Cranbrook and those of the new community partners. Word that how you wish, but that's why I want a clear 3-point proposal without going off into added complications. But I say the leaders obviously has the right to speak on that, but I'm really counselling him as a former leader whether actually his real involvement in it can be covered from an alternative forum rather than doing it straight away at the front. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Thomas. Can I just have a seconder for Councillor Thomas's proposal in the absence of Councillor Moulding?
I'll second him.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Arnott, are you happy that all your points have been covered? And would you like to reply anything to Councillor Thomas?
Yes, only very briefly, Chair. Obviously, I hope Councillor Thomas will accept that this proposal I've put has come up in the last 10 minutes out of the debate. I have got no desire personally whatsoever to spend any of my Christmas, where I was hoping to have 2 weeks off, in doing this. I do think there's a very real danger, though, that we are looking, with respect to you, Councillor Thomas, at the line of least resistance again, which I have to say was exactly what was advocated by Councillor Thomas last time. I think we're nearly there. That is the whole point of my proposal here. We need to go back. I'm sure that the people from the consortium have noted what's been said today. I am sure that there is some more meat left on the bone on this one. And I think we need to have one more negotiation. And that's why I think it would be helpful. You can set another date if you like. It's only 3 weeks away. Either for the MOU revised to come to Cabinet on the 6th of January, or 7 days later, or 14 days later, whatever. So it doesn't actually break everybody's back. But that is the idea Councillor Thomas, of my proposal. It is to take the fruit of what has been discussed today, and I think we've got to take it seriously, whilst giving my own personal absolute commitment to try and move this ahead thereafter. But I want to see an MOU that adds up, and we haven't got it yet. Thank you.
Just to move this forward, what is being asked is for an acceptable MOU. Could you clarify on what would be, in your opinion, Councillor, an acceptable MOU? And subject to that, we can bring it for, it's coming to Cabinet hopefully on the 6th anyway, through the minutes. So if this could be negotiated offline and further discussions happen with the consortium with regards to Section 106, is that will come to the 6th of January meeting.
Thank you, Chair. I think two particular things that are of concern and should concern the council in every respect as a negotiator and as a district authority is that we have not had and do not have access to open book on this. That is unacceptable from my point of view, and I think probably most of our cabinet. And I do not think we should be negotiating and finalising these land values before we sign off on this. That's some way down the line. That can be done in good faith. I think if we are tied into that now, that will be a terrible mistake, unless the values, come down by 80% from what seems to be being suggested. So I think those are the two particular areas of concern, Chair, that I'd like to see addressed within a refreshed MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed, can I bring you in at that point?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Arnott for clarifying the things that he feels would need to change. I mean, I'm happy to obviously try and address those 2 points with the consortium. I suppose the question is, I have asked multiple times for an NPPF compliant viability appraisal. So unless something markedly changes, I don't suppose that's going to happen. The second point in terms of land values, as I said, I think when I drafted the report, I had envisaged that would be agreed at a later date and not stated in the MOU. So whether or not there can be some movement on that, I don't know. But happy to try and report back in the new year if that's members' wish.
So just on that point, Councillor Arnott, with regards to Councillor Thomas's his proposal as stated, do you feel that covers your proposal, or would you like that as a standalone proposal?
I think I'm afraid mine is a standalone proposal, Chair, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Freeman for reminding me that this viability issue is something we should try and look at in the period of time if this motion is successful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So can I have a seconder for that?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. So we'll take that to a vote now then.
Chair, if I could say, we already have Councillor Thomas and Skinner's proposal on the table.
That would be, so that would be the first one we take.
Thank you very much, Shirley. It's reading very much like a hijack at the moment.
Chair, shall I read through the motion of Councillor Thomas and Councillor Skinner as I understand it, and I'm sure Councillor Thomas will correct me if I've picked it up incorrectly.
If you could, that'd be great.
Thank you. There are the three elements. One, that support the updated offer from East Devon New Community Partners. Two, agree in principle to the Memorandum of Understanding now proposed by EDNCP and delegate authority to the Chief Executive, Leader and Portfolio Holder Strategic Planning to sign the final MOU on behalf of the Council. And thirdly, that the proposed supplementary planning document is indefinitely paused, but the work already carried out is used as a guide to development in the town centre. Members, if you would please press your green ticks if you are in support of the motion, press your red no if you are against the motion, or please raise your blue hand to indicate you are abstaining from the vote.
Chair, through you, because of the importance of this, may I ask for a recorded vote, please?
Also, we'll take a vote on the whether
I support that.
we still need to take a vote of the committee on whether they wish to take a recorded vote first. So if you could indicate whether you wish to take a make this a recorded vote first by giving us a green tick for yes or a red cross for no. Do that now. So we'll have a recorded vote. Mrs. Shaw, can we, or who would be doing a roll call?
Okay, Chair, so we've got a clear agreement for the recorded vote. Are you happy for me to proceed with reading that out now?
Yes, please.
Okay, committee, can you please state if you are for the proposal or against the proposal clearly as I read out your name? Councillor Ledger.
Abstain.
Councillor Davey.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Arnott, please.
Against.
Councillor Blakey, please.
For.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Against. Thank you.
Councillor Hookway.
Against. Thank you.
Councillor Howe.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ingham.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Against.
Councillor Moulding has left the meeting. Councillor Rymans.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
And Councillor Thomas.
For.
Thank you. Bear with me, Chair, while I add this up. So, Chair, I can announce that I have 7 against the proposal, 6 for the proposal, and 1 abstention.
Okay, so we'll move to the next motion. Mr. Shaw, can you just read out the next motion?
Yes, I think I may have missed somebody seconding Councillor Arnott's motion.
Councillor Paul Hayward.
Hey, I beg your pardon, that was my mistake. Thank you. The motion in the name of Councillor Arnott and Councillor Hayward is that we delegate to the portfolio holder for strategic planning, the leader and deputy leader, and the strategic leads planning to negotiate further with the consortium regarding the memorandum of understanding, the result to come to either cabinet on the 6th of January 2021 or a cabinet held within 14 days of that date, and also that the strategic planning document is noted and kept in reserve pending the result of those memorandum of understanding negotiations. Again, members, please press your green button if you are in support of the motion, your red button if you're against the motion, and please raise your blue hand to indicate you are abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
For the benefit of those watching online, the vote is now taking place. Okay, Chair, I have 9 for the motion. I have 4 against the motion. I have no abstentions.
Thank you, Debbie. So that's passed. Just at this time, I think it's time to take a short comfort break. So if we can come back at 20 to 5.
Sorry, what time, Chair, are we coming back?
20 to 5.
Thank you.
I'm afraid, Chair, that I have to leave the meeting at this point, but I would be grateful if you could remember my comment about an alternative route to a plan. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you. Are we ready to restart?
I think we're all back, Chair.
Thank you very much, Debbie. So if we move on to agenda item 8, the local development scheme, Ed Freeman to present a report.
Thank you, Chairman. So members will recall debating the timetable for the new local plan at their meeting of the 20th of October, where 2 options for this work were presented. Members resolved that they wished to see a hybrid option developed that included the greater levels of consultation and engagement that were included in option 2 in that report, with the added resources to the team shown in option 1. The new LDS now includes a local plan timetable that reflects this hybrid approach, as well as detailing timetables for the Cranbrook Plan DPD and the various SPDs and other work. Please note that this currently includes the Cranbrook Town Centre SPD, and given the discussion we just had, clearly, well, it needs to for the moment anyway, subject to change as it goes through to council. Members will recall that the LDS should be updated annually, and so this sets the work programme for the coming year. It has to be agreed by council, as I've said, and so members are asked to recommend the appended draft LDS to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. So I'll invite non-committee members to speak first. If you'd like to raise your electronic blue hand. If none are raised, I'll move it into committee straight away. No, so we'll just move into committee. Does anyone have anything that they wish to say on this? Councillor Skinner.
Move the recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Does anyone else wish to speak before we take this to a vote? No. So over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. The motion is that Strategic Planning Committee recommend to Council that following consultation with Cabinet, approval of the proposed new development scheme as appended to the report, and that it takes effect immediately following approval. Thank you. If members would please press your green yes button if you're in support of the motion, press your red no button if you're against the motion, and please raise your blue hand to indicate if you are abstaining from the vote.
For the benefit of those watching online, the vote is now taking place. And I have 11 votes for, Chair, none against and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. So moving on to agenda item 9, proposed consultation on local plan issues and options report. Over to you again, Ed, for another report.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. So this report follows on from the previous report. Only this one includes, excuse me, includes a more detailed timetable for local plan production, from which it is clear that you can see that the first public stage of plan preparation is the issues and options consultation. The consultation would seek views on the key issues to be addressed through the local plan and seeks feedback on potential high-level options for addressing them. Attached to the report is a draft issues and options report, which it is proposed to consult on from mid-January for an 8-week period. We're currently working with Strata on consultation software to present the material in a more interactive and engaging format. Quite conscious that what we're presenting you with is a simple Word document with some photographs and diagrams. Hoping to present it in a more interesting and interactive way than that. and also to enable online responses to the consultation questions through our website. The attached draft version, however, hopefully enables members to see the proposed content and the questions that we propose to ask, but we would welcome members' views on the draft document and those questions. The covering report also highlights other key work streams, such as the housing employment land availability assessment and the sustainability appraisal scoping report, which appear elsewhere on this agenda. The report also highlights other key studies that need to be undertaken in paragraph 6.2, which includes the habitat regulations assessment, strategic flood risk assessment, viability assessment, and many others. These studies will create a substantial workload for the planning policy team over the coming year or so, but the report also notes the increasing workload for this committee and the likely need for more frequent meetings in the next administrative year. Options for doing the work differently have also been considered and are highlighted. The recommended work programme is considered to be the best option overall, accepting that there are a number of key risks, notably the risk that changes to the planning system by the government change the form and nature of some of this work. And clearly we'll have to be fluid in our approach in terms of any of those changes as they come forward. There is a quick update to the report in the sense that members have been sent comments from Paul Smith, a resident of Cranbrook, and these were read out by Debbie earlier in the meeting. Mr. and Mrs. Smith made some points about the reports, which I should just like to quickly respond to. So Mr. Smith questions the shortfall in housing numbers referred to in the Issues and Options report. However, what he doesn't seem to have identified is that the shortfall arises from a new plan period, which would obviously be extended beyond the current plan period to 2031. So it's likely that that would be extended to around 2040, which obviously leads to an increase in housing numbers overall for those additional years of the plan period. Mr. Smith also comments about references to the changes in the planning white paper. While I would acknowledge that ministers have stated that the housing figures will be looked at again, in the meantime, the housing white paper remains the formal position, and so I still feel it's appropriate to note this in the document and consider its potential impacts through the consultation, as we don't know how those figures might change in the future, but they are certainly a guide to the formal government position at this point in time. And I think seeking views on the impact of that is a useful exercise at this point in time based on what we do know. With regard to his comments on chapters 4 and 8 in the document, clearly we're trying to cover a whole multitude of issues quite briefly and in plain English in this document. So there are obviously some issues that get more attention than others. I think we have picked out the key issues in the emerging legislation that he refers to and highlighted these in the document and are seeking views where appropriate. And obviously we welcome the opportunity to review the green wedges through the local plan process. All comments on
Unfortunately, you're breaking up. Ed, is it possible if you could please turn off your video so that we could possibly hear you better?
Let's try that. Is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. So yes, just coming back to Mr. Smith's comments on consultation, he's also noted that the text refers to a number of options about the timetable, and just to say, the intention is clearly to ensure appropriate engagement with members and the community throughout the process. We did not mean to suggest that that would be compromised, simply that there is an option to obviously do less of that, which would speed up the process, but fully understand why that would not be desirable. Turning to the recommendations, then members are asked to agree the appended issues and options document for consultation starting in January, and the delegated authority be given to me and the chairman to make minor changes to finalise the documents further to members' comments today and to facilitate the requirements of consultation software. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I'll start, as it was asked by Councillor Allen just before he left, just to read out a short email that he sent to me prior to the meeting that he was going to raise today. So if I just give me an indulgence of, I'm writing to you to direct because I would recommend a pause to think about how we're going to do the local plan review. We could take the LGA guidance and review the local plan without undertaking 3 years of costs and running the risk of 2 or 3 years with no updated plan, which developers will undoubtedly exploit. The LGA have been very clear on what is needed for a review as opposed to a wholesale new plan. I enclose a short version and also the full toolkit for you to consider. Ed's belt and braces approach reflects not necessarily the legal requirement, which is why I'm sending the LGA advice. As far as I can see, we could conduct the review via the issues and options process, but then focus on what is needed, what needs to be changed by the end of 2021. We need to be very careful over our 5-year land supply issues, but avoid a wholesale land grab by developers. So that was from Councillor Mike Allen. So I'll just invite non-committee members to raise their electronic blue hands if they have any questions that they wish to make. If not, we'll go straight to committee. So let's go to committee. Does any committee member have anything they wish to say? Councillor Phil Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. I as well have reservations. One of my biggest fears is being on this council a few years ago when we lost our 5-year housing land supply. And it's certainly a place where we don't want to be in as an authority, and that's regardless of political standing on this council. Having the ability taken away from us with developers putting housing where we don't want to see it happen is a tragedy, and that's playing it lightly. So Councillor Allen is picking on an issue in not wanting to go from once upon a time if there is a threat regarding the 5-year housing land supply and where we might be with that. And if there was a way of ensuring that we had our 5-year housing land supply and then amending to that process, that's something I feel far more comfortable with. And I'll leave it to that, Mr. Chairman, to hear how others within this council feel, well, they feel the same way, and to get the best out of how we protect where we want to build houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Mike Howell next.
Thank you very much. Actually, it was a simple question. I'd like to hear Mr. Freeman's response to Councillor Allen's proposal, because it would be good to have our own officers' interpretation of the two, shall we say. So I very much request that Mr. Freeman gives us a response.
Mr. Freeman, over to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I haven't seen Mike Allen's comments in full, which I'd be interested to do. I'm concerned that he's talking about the review process and the planning advisory service framework that we actually went through at the last meeting. If you recall, I think it was the meeting on the 20th of October, I presented a report where we'd been through and done a review of the policies and strategies within the existing local plan to identify the extent to which that they were in accordance with the NPPF and the extent to which they weren't, which you will recall concluded that there were a number of areas where the plan wasn't in complete accordance with the NPPF, which was then leading us down the route of doing a new local plan. So if he's referring to that, then we have already done that process and went through that at the meeting on the 20th of October. And I think that's what he's referring to. But if not, I'm happy to take a look at it if I could be forwarded his comments and perhaps be able to provide a more detailed response when I've seen them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ensure that you get them. Councillor Ollie Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just looking through the proposed consultation. Chapter 2 on page 113 has the objective, scope and background. It has promoting vibrant town centres, but I wonder whether we need something about villages in there. I notice we have a separate SPD or DPD for villages, but I wonder if we need to put something in there about villages. They are sort of covered further down, I notice, in connections and infrastructure. So that was one thing. I've got another one on page 141. If I can just go to that one. I just have a problem with the word beautiful. I just wonder if we could substitute attractive there. I just think creating beautiful spaces and buildings. I don't know. I know the government used it a lot in their proposals, and I just squirm when I hear the word beautiful. I don't know why, but I wonder if we should call it attractive rather than beautiful. That was another one, and then on 144. The importance of conserving and enhancing heritage assets. I can't see anybody's going to disagree with that. And I wonder if we need something a little more nuanced there, because quite often we're asked to give weight to heritage assets when we're discussing planning applications. And I wonder if we could put in a question there about how much weight should be given to the preservation of heritage assets, or the impact on them. Anyway, we're not usually looking at getting rid of them, but sometimes we are looking at whether the impact is acceptable or not, whether we should put something in there about the level or the amount of weight that we should give to heritage assets in considering planning applications. And then I've got one more. I hope Ed's making a note of these, but if not, I can send them over to him. My bête noire is walking and cycling, whether we should put in question 23 that we insist that walking and cycling routes are provided or taken into consideration in all new developments, so that we stop planning developments predicated on car use and start assuming that people are going to walk and cycle and use other means of transport right from the start, so that we don't assume car ownership as a kind of basis of living there. That's my lot.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davey. We'll move on to Councillor Paul Hayward, and then we'll go back to Ed Freeman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo a lot of, well, almost all of what Councillor Davey said, actually. They're very, very pertinent points. It is always a question of semantics. I suppose the 3 points I'd like to make, yes, I understand what Councillor Allen was saying. I appreciate he had to dash away. I mean, I do value what Councillor Allen says, and it would have been interesting to hear it from him. Not that you didn't convey it eminently well, Chair, but it's always nice to hear it from the source. I'm part of administration that wishes to press ahead with this, and there are always concerns that we'll leave ourselves in a situation where East Devon's beauty and East Devon's natural assets are at risk from rapacious development and inappropriate development. But this surely is the way forward. Tacked onto that, and this comes back to a discussion we've had at council recently about consultation and consultation responses. How do we make this a must, a given, that every parish council, every consultee deems it a necessity to reply? It's there. It's East Devon belongs to them. You know, we need to infuse our communities and infuse our parish and town councils and partners that this is your big chance to have a say. I mean, how many times do I hear, oh, the local plan doesn't do this, the local plan doesn't do that? Well, here's your chance. Here's your chance to get it right again, or at least correct the things that you think are wrong. You know, everything that can be done. And this isn't a knock at the previous administration or the one before that. You know, some things you just can't work out in advance. And there's a lot in the local plan that I applaud previous administrations for, that have protected East Devon against certain things. But there's lots of things in it that don't provide protection. And certainly the councils that I work with day in, day out, and talk to day in, day out, want some improvements. And this is the perfect vehicle. The final point is really just a question of personal preference, really from the purpose of showing statistic results and making them clear. For each of the questions, where it's a question, and I'm just sorry, I'm going to refer to the one that Councillor Davey alluded to, which typically is the wrong end. Spare me a second, go back there. So let's say, for example, question 13, differing job sectors in East Devon, that's a pertinent one for me, where you have a tick box for strongly support, neither support or oppose, strongly oppose. My personal preference would be to have a 0 to 10 scale, because for statistical analysis, it actually allows you to interpret and analyse the data a bit more. So 0 for strongly opposed, 10 for strongly support, and in between there's a sliding scale. That's just my personal preference. I'm sure other members have their own views. We've all filled in these sort of things, and you either like them or you don't. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayward. Ed, if we can just come back to you just to cover off the points made.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, in terms of Councillor Davies' comments, certainly we could broaden out the section in terms of town centres to encompass vibrant villages. I suppose we just need to be careful we don't contradict some of the things that are said later about settlement hierarchy. But certainly, I guess a paragraph about sort of wanting to retain services and facilities in villages would certainly be a key issue to address, so we can certainly broaden out that. In terms of the word beautiful, I suppose it's a very subjective judgment, as is what people class as beautiful. So it'd be interesting to hear other members' views. Happy to change the wording to attractive or some other wording, or mix the wording up a bit more if that's members' wish, certainly. In terms of question 19, yeah, we did scratch our heads a bit about a question about heritage assets and whether or not the question was meaningful. So yeah, I think whether or not it's about the weight that's attributed to the issue in terms of planning applications, or the way we've phrased it at the moment, it largely amounts to the same thing, of sort of asking how important it is to people. And I think for simplicity's sake, we felt that was the best way to go, because there are other questions we might want to ask. Certainly one of the thoughts I had was about asking people about the balance between conserving and enhancing heritage assets and trying to deal with climate change, for example, and the extent to which we should perhaps enable heritage assets to be altered to incorporate things like solar panels or double glazing to address climate change, and how do we balance those issues. But it became a very complicated question with lots of options, and almost raised more questions than it answered. So we've gone for the simplistic approach of just asking people how important they consider conserving and enhancing heritage assets, but open to any suggestions as to how we can make that well, ask a meaningful question about that issue. I hope the fact that we've got a box after that for people to provide further comments would perhaps enable people to make more detailed points on those issues that we can more helpfully use. So we tried to cover off both bases on that one. In terms of question 23, I think we've kind of worked on the assumption that we will always require developers to provide walking and cycling routes through their developments as a given almost, because we already do require that, and I think it is something we would obviously continue to require in the future. So we've stayed on quite high level issues about where development takes place fundamentally. because it's all very well having walking and cycling routes through your developments, but if they don't lead anywhere, or there's nothing to lead them to because the development's in the middle of nowhere, then fundamentally it doesn't encourage walking and cycling, or certainly not substituting walking and cycling for journeys that would otherwise be made by car. It's just facilitating leisure cycle routes, which as important as that is for exercise and well-being, obviously we also want to encourage people to get out of their cars and make journeys by walking and cycling as well. So yes, it's a fair point. There is an assumption that we will be doing that, but my personal preference is to stick with the higher level issues at this stage. We can always ask more detailed questions on those design issues at a later stage of consultation. Just turning to Councillor Hayward's comments. Yeah, I mean, I think it is a point of personal preference about the sliding scale. I suppose my only concern is the more options we give people in terms of that scale, the harder it is to identify a consensus, in the sense that if it's on a 1 to 10 scale, there's lots of options and we'll get lots of different answers, and we might end up just having to group them to identify trends. So it's personal preference. My personal preference would be to leave it as it is. But if its members wish to change it for a 0 to 10 scale, then equally happy to do that if that's members' wish overall. Hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. So move on to Councillor Eleanor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your explanations, Ed. So I have a few questions, and one of my first questions is about I may have missed it when I was reading the document, but I would really like to see it compulsory to put in at the very least the wiring for home chargers into every single new build. I mean, for the sake of 20 quid's worth of wiring, it's less upheaval to then install the charger later on the outside of the house or wherever. But it would be an interesting nudge for people. You know, they would think, well, I've already got the wiring, so I may as well progress on to actually ownership, because they can, as previous meetings have shown, you can actually get a grant to have the charger installed, but getting the wiring put in is a little bit more expensive. So typically it costs about £400 to £600 on top to have the work done. So that would actually maybe give people a little bit of a nudge in the right direction. So that's my first question. Can we make it compulsory to have new builds, to have the wiring in new builds put in for home chargers? My second question is about build standards. And I know it doesn't probably fit in with the national policy framework, national planning policy framework, but can we ask for buildings to get as close to passive house standards as is humanly possible, really? Not necessarily meeting passive house standards, because I know it's expensive on volume building, but to aim for passive house as an aim, really, in the next sort of tranche of new builds. My third question was about broadband. I find the way the broadband items are phrased are a little bit nebulous and a bit woolly. Now, given that it's really about economic development of our area that we're talking about, and allowing people to work from home, which has really become a thing in the last year, but some of us have been doing it for absolutely years on incredibly dodgy broadband, I think that should be a little bit more than just vaguely aspirational. That should be an actual, entrenched aim, because it would have a lot of positive benefits in terms of allowing people to work high-level jobs from home, wherever they happen to live, but also reducing commuting, which has got to be part of our aim. Finally, I'd like to see some kind of, I was going to answer your heritage, well, I have given my view on your heritage question as well, but I'll get to that in a minute. I think we need to be planning in the future for people to work more and more from home. And so we do need to make it possible for people to move into houses that have the space to do that, so that people aren't constantly working from their son's bedroom or from their dining table. So maybe, I don't know how we do that. Maybe having a quota of houses that actually have a room that is designated as an office space. I don't know whether that's even possible within this document. And lastly, about the heritage thing, maybe phrasing it something along the lines of allowing heritage assets to Oh no, sorry. Let me try and rethink this because I did have a good form of words earlier. Incorporating heritage assets into living environments for the 21st century. And I do take your point about people not being allowed to put solar panels on their roofs if they live in a listed building. I think that's a little bit silly because it doesn't damage the building to do that. So maybe we can focus it around the actual damage inflicted on the building rather than the way it looks from a distance. Because I do personally feel that climate change and environmental damage do overcome reticence about making something maybe look a little bit less like it did when it was first built. And that's a personal preference, and I don't know what other people will feel about that, but I do actually feel that climate change does take precedence in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. We'll go to Councillor Howe and then finally back to Ed, and then hopefully we can make a recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. In reverse order, I suppose is the best way. Sticking with heritage assets. Obviously, we have a legal duty to preserve and enhance heritage assets. That is written into law, and as such, I think we've struggled to downgrade it in any way. But picking up on Eleanor's point in particular, Councillor Rylance, not on the solar panels, although I agree with solar panels. It's double glazed windows is always the astonishing thing for me on this. When you can get some damn good double glazed windows that look almost identical to the sash windows coming out. But we seem to have a in principle objection to that from day one. It shouldn't be. We should be very mindful, not just go, oh, it's UPVC, that's horrible. I agree, it shouldn't be cheap and nasty, if you get my meaning, if you own a listed building. But we at the same time should have that, put it to a practical use, I think is always listed when you're looking at listed buildings in particular, how you keep that practical use of a home in a sensible condition and also make it energy efficient, because energy is costing more and more. So I do think we need to be careful about the wording in there. Then we go to the cycle tracks and everything else. And I want to pick up on Mr. Freeman there, because small communities with whatever, it's shop in it or it's school, maybe just a pub, who knows what it is, needs the same cycle routes through it as a large community with a direct link onto a cycle track like the Cliffs Valley Trail or the Ex-Estuary Trail. It's small scale cycling around the villages that is the important but also the dangerous part. And we need to facilitate those things. And we're just looking back at Cranbrook. I mean, Cranbrook has some of the best cycling routes you could imagine through their country park and all the legendary stuff around it. But you try cycling through the centre of the town to go to the co-op or somewhere like that. And because of the narrowness of the streets, the car parking on the streets and the buses going up and down it, it's not so nice, to put it mildly. So we need to be very mindful of that and make sure the town centres or the village centres, whatever we're creating, also accommodates cycles for short routes, not just the commuting. I've got to cycle into Exeter from 6 miles away. It is the mums, the dads with the kids, whatever it is. Let's pop down the shop, let's pop down the pub, let's do whatever it is, but it's got to be able to be done safely, securely, and with health and hygiene and everything else around it. But in general, I wish to praise Mr. Freeman, Mr. Dickinson, and everyone else that's had a hand in doing this. It is a pretty damn good document. And with the amendments we kind of all pushing for, I recommend this and propose actually we accept that with those changes if we can. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howe. Can I get a seconder for that?
I'll second that, Chair.
Councillor McLaughlin. If no one else wishes to speak, can we take that to a vote, please? So if you'd like to do a green tick for yes, red cross for no.
For the benefit of those watching online, the vote is now taking place. Chair, you have 11 votes for, none against, and no abstentions, so that's carried.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Move on to agenda item 10, local plan issues and options report, consultation strategy and review of statement of community involvement. Ed Freeman, as the one-man show, it's over to you again.
Thank you, Chairman. So yes, this obviously naturally follows on from the previous report on the issues and options consultation, in that it seeks members' agreement to a consultation strategy for that work. So paragraph 15 in the report includes a table summarising the proposed approach that we intend to take for what's primarily an online-based consultation due to the ongoing restrictions from COVID-19. As mentioned earlier, we're working with Strata on how the consultation is presented with the intention of making it as engaging as possible, whilst also intending to use the press, social media, local notice boards and direct consultation to engage with interested parties, and also using our own newsletters that we send out as a council. And we also have an upcoming agents forum whereby we do an update to the main agents that submit planning applications to us and intend to highlight the consultation through that event as well. So hopefully that will help us to get word out and people to engage in this work. Alongside the consultation strategy is a revised statement of community involvement. So this is a document that sets out how we will engage with stakeholders and notify individuals and organisations of our work. So this includes all of the planning policy work that will be coming forward over the next couple of years, as well as planning applications. The current statement of community involvement is 2 years old, and while we're only required to review them every 5 years, we felt it made sense to update it as we head into this work and busy period in terms of consultation work on a new local plan, and obviously also to reflect new guidance given current situation with the pandemic and how consultation has evolved, shall we say, as a result of that. So there's only minor updates proposed to the document in light of those issues, and we don't propose to undertake a wider public consultation on the document because of that. So it's recommended that to members that you agree the consultation strategy for the issues and options consultation, and agree that the statement for community involvement does not need to be the subject of wider public consultation, but that it be recommended to council that following consultation with Cabinet, the statement of community involvement be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So does anyone from outside of committee wish to speak? No, so we'll go to Councillor Paul Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I mean, I'd straight away like to go ahead and propose we accept the recommendations as done. I suppose my question is how we engage. I mean, this is quite a common theme with me, is how we engage with members of the public, because in the past, all local authorities have been guilty of doing it how they want and not understanding how people want to be engaged with. And I was at a clerks conference recently, and a very interesting presentation from a social media trainer. And he was very fond doing this of holding up his phone. Now, I don't use my phone very often. I generally use it to phone people, funnily enough, but I know in the modern world, the phone is the device, and most of the modern way of working is via phones. Even tablets are a bit passé now, laptops, you know, if they're a bit clunky, but your phone is your window to the world. And I'm just wondering, in order to engage with the maximum number of people and those of an age group who predominantly would not ordinarily respond, and that's the key here, is how do we reach the people who ordinarily don't want to engage with us or have no compulsion to? And so I'm just, at the moment, I've just opened the East Devon app, and on there, amongst all the fantastic information that's there, I'm just wondering if there could be a button that we work with Strata that you click for consultation. So when you are sitting at home with your phone, scrolling or waiting for a train or doing something, you can use that time creatively. I appreciate that people can go into the East Devon District Council website. They can find the consultation page, find the page they're after. But we know humans aren't that way inclined. Unless it's delivered to them there and then, it's that attention span. Unless you can do it in 10 seconds, they're not interested. And that's the modern way. That's a curse of modern life. But that's not, it shouldn't stop us trying different ways to engage, because, you know, we had that response the other day, very, very poor response, no fault of officers, no fault of the source material. People just didn't find it engaging. So whether we as a council can use the technology that exists, and if the mountain won't come to the deity of choice, then bring that deity of choice to you. And yeah, that's my view on this. I wholeheartedly applaud this. More than happy to propose that we accept it and move forward on it. But I just really like to see if we as a council can try and engage with more people, because we want their views. You know, there was a comment made at the very early beginning of this meeting about how sometimes district councils ask for opinions, and then when we get them, we don't listen to them. Well, surely the key is, let's listen more. Let's find every possible avenue we can to get this information in, hear residents' views, and then we'll make the right decisions, or we'll make decisions that residents want us to make. Whether they're the right ones or not, that'll be a question for them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayward. Councillor Hookway, you speak.
Thank you, Chair. Now I'd like to second Councillor Hayward's proposal.
Thank you. So if we could, well, I need Ed, is that possible?
What?
The proposal to work with Strata to create that, to do it in the timelines that we're stating.
So Chairman, yes. So we're working with Strata, as I say, to try and introduce some consultation software, which I hope would enable us to present the information essentially in the form of layers, so that you can delve in as deeply as you want to. So rather than being confronted with the whole document to start with, you can then click on links that take you to more information and more detail on the points that are of interest to the reader, which would make it much more accessible through mobile devices, rather than presenting it as one large document, which I think is one of the things Councillor Hayward's referring to. So I think it would help with that. And also, as I say, being able to respond to the consultation through those sorts of devices by having the questions available in a format that you can easily complete using a device like a phone or a tablet. So that is very much part of what we're trying to work on with Strata. We're pushing the timetables, but I'm hopeful that we can get that all in place by mid-January, so that we can do that and then publicise the consultation using our social media channels as well, and send out messages during the consultation that flag up key issues and provide people with links to the consultation to try and engage, as Councillor Hayward says, with those that we usually struggle to engage with, being that younger age group and those that are busy working during the day, who perhaps wouldn't come to the sort of traditional consultation events we might have of an evening in a village hall and things like that. But I think with the pandemic, the days of those sorts of consultation events have gone, and we've got to adapt and use social media, use online resources as best we can to engage with people, and that's what we're working on with Strata for this consultation. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So if we've had a proposal and a seconder, we just take that to a vote. So a green tick for yes, a red cross for no.
For the benefit of those watching online, the vote is now taking place. Chair, I have 10 votes for, none against, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So agenda item 11 is local plan site and identification process, and Helen. So again, over to you, Ed.
Thank you, Chairman. So this report seeks to initiate work on the Housing and Employment Land Availability Assessment, or HELAR, which is a key piece of work for production of the local plan. And then members have raised concerns previously with regard to how some of the sites are identified in the adopted local plan. So the report seeks to look back at how this was done in the past to aid members' understanding, and also looks at the legislative requirements that existed in the past and now, to explain how the process we'd be looking to go through this time differs from what was done in the previous local plan, particularly with regard to employment sites. And we've used the Sidford employment site as an example of, to illustrate how that process worked previously, and how such sites would now come through the HELAR process alongside the housing sites, which hopefully helps to address some of the concerns that members have previously expressed about how transparent that process was, how those sites were then assessed. Because the HELAR methodology is published, there's a link to it in the report for people to see how that works, and obviously we'll be reporting on progress through that HELAR process through the Strategic Planning Committee, as it says in the report. So hopefully that gives some reassurance about the levels of transparency and openness of the process going forward, and asking for members' endorsement of the proposed process, as well as agreement that smaller sites submitted through the GESP call for sites in 2017 should now be assessed. So essentially what we did with the HELAR for GESP was, it was a call for sites across the whole district for all sizes of sites, even though clearly GESP was concerned with those that would have accommodated sort of 500 dwellings or more, or proportionate employment size sites. So it was only those larger sites that were assessed through the GESP process. So there's now a piece of work in picking up the smaller sites that came through that process and assessing those, which we feel it would now be appropriate to crack on with doing that, whilst also refreshing that process with an additional call for sites in accordance with the timetable and process that's set out in the report. So just seeking members' endorsement of that proposed work programme in relation to the HELAR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So does any non-committee member wish to speak? No, so we'll move it to committee members. Does any committee member wish to speak? Councillor Mike Howe.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a question for Mr. Freeman, and it's probably one most of our councillors all understand, particularly if you've been on the planning committees. This makes great credence on sustainability appraisal. And that's where, to me, and many councillors, it's gone wrong in the past. Surely some parts of this, and I'm asking Mr. Freeman, because obviously he's a good wizard with changing words to make things fit better, shall we say. How do we make this sustainability work better for most of our countryside, small villages and everything else that have, over the past God knows how many years, been left to quite honestly, go on and die? We've got to bring back some sustainability to those communities, particularly the ones that want some growth. I use that word very carefully, small scale growth, to allow their kids to live near the grandparents or the parents and everything else. We shouldn't be shoveling them all off. And I look at Councillor Hayward looking around, he lives in one end of the district, his kids live at the other. Now, I know that's a choice thing, and I hope it's a choice thing, but it shouldn't have to be a choice thing, if you get my meaning. If kids want to live with their parents or close to their parents, we should be encouraging them to do so, and and doing that sort of work to make sure where families are together so they can look after each other better in the future and everything else, if that's what they wish to do. And I am very worried when we use sustainability in this sort of phrase to look at sites, because we need a broader view as to what sustainability is, and in particular how we get those homes in those places. So I don't know how we're going to do that, but hopefully Mr. Freeman can come up with some answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howe. We'll go to Councillor Ella Rylance, then we'll come to Ed a little bit later.
Thank you. Coincidentally, I just wanted to pretty much say what Councillor Howe's just said, actually. Our planning policy for the last 20 years, probably, as a council, it has effectively rung the death knell for small villages. We've told villages that they're not sustainable because they don't have X, Y, and Z, which over the years leads to a total demographic change in that village. So only a particular demographic can afford to move in, and all the other people who don't fit that demographic have to move out. And the first thing that happens is the school shuts because there are no more children anymore. And then, you know, bit by bit, all the things that that contribute to a village being deemed to be sustainable go, and then you end up with a hamlet. And that's absolutely shocking that we can actually effectively, through our own planning policy, ring the death knell for a village. I mean, that's absolutely shocking. That there's a village in this district that was told it was unsustainable, even though it has a main road running through it, it has a shop, it has a school, it has a mainline train line running through it, which potentially, you know, there could be some work there. That village was told some years ago that it was unsustainable. The commuting distance into Exeter is just nonsense. We have to be extremely mindful that a village isn't just a collection of houses; it's a community. It's all the people who live there, and it's the range of demographics that are present in that community that make it the community that it is. It's not the houses. It's not whether or not, you know, we build more houses, although obviously the houses help to maintain the demographics. But we need to be really mindful of what we're doing through our planning policy right now. I've got a village in my patch that has not had a single new house since 1999. It's already at the moment, it just about has a school, but that school is hanging on by a thread. Now that village potentially would be more sustainable if we had not told it could not build anything. And I think probably Councillor Skinner knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, so, you know, we have to be really mindful of what we're actually doing, using the structures that we have, what we're doing to small communities. And, you know, I know the focus for the last few years, quite some years, 15 years, has been on building new towns. But we mustn't forget that there are still existing communities out there that still need to be able to expand a little to accommodate their own growing populations. You know, and I also hope that Councillor Hayward's children aren't moving to Cranbrook because they couldn't afford to buy near their dad. But, you know, that's the reality that a lot of families are facing at the moment. And I just think I think we did a bit of a rethink on our villages policy, really. And if a village wants to develop, they should be allowed to develop. And I know we now have rural exception sites, but I just feel like we could be pushing that concept a little bit harder and, you know, explaining to villages that they have this as an option, because it would deliver sustainable, you know, affordable housing to local young people in villages. Thank you very much. Sorry, my dog and my cat are fighting at the moment. That's what the noise is.
Very much, Ed, if I could bring you in at that point, could you also touch on what we spoke about earlier on last week with the draft service plan and trying to implement community-led development into the service plan moving into next year?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I think we're obviously not going to resolve the issue today, but it is obviously a big issue for the local plan in terms of how we support rural communities in the future. And it was a key issue for the previous local plan. Some members may recall we, at one iteration of that plan, ended up sort of identifying scales of growth for each of the new communities, and that wasn't very popular with a number of the communities, and we ended up anyway in a position whereby it was left to the communities fundamentally to pursue growth themselves through neighbourhood plans. And obviously that is an option to consider moving forward, or whether or not we want to be more proactive in terms of allocating sites in villages through this process. You know, community-led development is a key part of that through community land trusts and neighbourhood plan work to enable communities to be able to bring forward growth where they want to, without necessarily imposing it on communities that don't want growth. I think it is certainly an issue that I've discussed with the chairman, as he's mentioned, and something we want to look at through the coming year in terms of how do we get that balance right, basically, between enabling communities to promote and bring forward development where they want to, without imposing necessarily on those that don't, and how do we ensure that developments that come forward in villages meet the needs of that village, because I think in a lot of cases there's probably communities that would like to see some growth, but they want control over that growth in terms of where that happens, the type of housing that's delivered to ensure that it meets their local needs, and how we do that is a real challenge, I think, through this local plan process that we need to work through with members' help. So I think that's part of the challenge of the coming year or so, really. There was something else I was going to say that's gone out of my mind.
We can come back to you at the end.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only other thing I'd say that I think Councillor House mentioned about supporting services and infrastructure within villages, and I think that is a difficult one, because we've seen at Cranbrook the kind of critical mass of development that's needed to support some of these things, like a primary school or a corner shop and things. And I think that's the real challenge in terms of development at villages, that the scale of growth that might be needed to deliver those sorts of facilities these days in a village may not be that appetizing for those communities, because you could be talking about potentially having to double the size of an existing community to reach that critical mass. So there's lots of challenges, and every settlement is different in terms of what it wants and needs. So it does need a lot of further work doing to it, and a lot of thought, and no doubt a lot of further discussion through this forum over the coming year. So we need to look at these issues is the bottom line fundamentally, and we will obviously do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed. I seem to have lost all the blue hands. Councillor Hookway, you did have a green tick up, but I wasn't sure if you wanted to come in.
Yes. Yes, sorry. Yeah, I did. I would like to have a quick, if that's okay, Chair. Yeah. I think this follows on from what turns about sustainability, what people are saying about sustainability, which I think is absolutely critical. And that is when I hear things about call for sites, and that reminds me of what happened with GESP, is the word infrastructure comes up and flags in my mind, because I think one of the major failings of the GESP was that infrastructure was not designed in when the call for sites was, or when the sites were identified. You can't have new developments which are not connected. We know that there is a real issue, particularly in the sort of the Clisston Mary area, and speaking as someone who lives in Exmouth and drives up towards Clisston Mary, tries to get on the M5 and whatever on a regular basis, we know that there are issues there, and that those issues with getting onto the M5 and getting across the River Clyst aren't going to go away. So I'm just asking, Ed Freeman, will you consider infrastructure when you are doing site identification? Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll come back to Ed. Councillor Phil Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to pick up really, it's a pity you lost the hands because the thread got lost then, but pick up on what both Councillor Howe and Councillor Rylance were talking about. And I actually brought this particular issue up at scrutiny only last week, and Councillor Val Ranger went on about saying, I don't know what she went on about saying, but anyway, she was fairly condemning of it all. I actually so much agree with Councillor Rylance. I know Councillor Rylance and I, we don't always see eye to eye, but on this particular issue, she understands the issues, and it is an understanding of the issues, as Councillor Howe quite rightly pointed out. And in some of my villages, it's quite easy, as Councillor Ranger suggested, said, well, we've got the, I didn't understand, and we've got the neighbourhood plans and we can work to that. Well, actually, no, not every village actually has a neighbourhood plan, but they're still as important as the next one. And it's really important that sustainability doesn't just get in the way of seeing some of our villages I've seen over the years and got frustrated for many years, the sustainability issue over some of the villages. But let me just say something that did come to mind when we had the very last LDF process, and that was when, and I'm sure Mr. Freeman will remember, and members who were on this council at that particular time, when it did sort of open up and we put a consultation out to go to the villages, and some of the villages started to have relatively high numbers, and some of those numbers were 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and this sort of thing. That was not what the spirit of engaging in a village was, and certainly in the village that I live, and so the villages that surround me wouldn't be sustaining wanting to support 50 houses in the village. But when we talked about 20 houses, all of a sudden there was a flood of a developer comes in and wants to do all 20 houses in one hit. I think what we were talking about was over the planned period, allowing some houses to come incrementally and letting villages evolve as they come through and letting the process take that place. And that's a very difficult place within policy to set that up, because it certainly wasn't around the process necessarily of having a big chunk of housing. Oh, well, that's done that then, and somebody's made money and run off to the hills. This was about how villages can grow themselves, and I am very pleased to hear that, and I'm sure all members would support, these must be village led. We must have the support of the communities that want to see housing, not developers who come in on the back of there's a policy that says 20 in this village, so let's get in and get 20 houses in there then, or whatever. That's not what the spirit, I don't think, what I'm talking about. I'm sure many members are not talking about. So how we get that balance, members, between sustainability, what we see is the right thing to do, shall I call it that, the right thing to do, with the support of the communities, and yet at the same time, not just allowing developers to take the lead on some perhaps applications in coming forward and saying, well, here's your policy, this is what it says, and then we get lumbered with something which neither the community or the people that actually live there actually want. And I'm really, one of the issues I was bringing with Councillor Armstrong, which I thought she led a really good charge on a portfolio, was talking about the process. And you remember Councillor Ledger, when we were talking about whom are we building the houses for? And really, that's really important. We used to build bungalows years ago as a local authority because we had older people, wheelchair access, all these sorts of things. These are the things that are fundamentally important, that if you build a type of housing as to who you're building them for, perhaps some of the older people in the village would actually go to the bungalows or whatever and free up some of the other housing that they live in to move on. That's evolves. That's just a natural process that people want to do. And I believe our role is to facilitate in trying to get the right type of housing for the right type of people in each village. And there's no policy says do this, 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 this. It should be done through the communities, in them finding what their communities are, what they want to do, where they want to go, and getting through it that way. And that I would feel much happier. Is it an easy task? Absolutely not. It's a really difficult task, but I'm sure collectively it's where we probably all want to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner. So, Councillor Kathy McLaughlin.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to say really that just now I think Ed was talking, he referred to GESP and talking about some of the sites that came through GESP that may still be looked at, but I just want reassurance from him, and I think Mike would probably want this too, Councillor Howe, that I know that Councillor Howe's village and Wimple and Fennerton were due to their sustainability, because they have a tiny shop and because they have a little school, we're going to have thousands of houses thrust upon them. So sustainability really works. It's a double-edged sword, let me reassure you of that. So I just want to know, Ed, is that absolutely secure that villages will remain villages? They will not turn into towns in their own right with thousands of houses. And the other thing to say, Mike was talking earlier about, or Councillor Howe, sorry, was talking earlier about being able to cycle to places and easily with families, etc. And I was thinking about sustainability, and Mr. Freeman, Ed said that sustainability, unless you build a lot of houses, you don't get the infrastructure for sustainability, and yet you can't build if you haven't got anything that's sustainable. why can East Devon not consider building arteries of cycle lanes, paths that lead from village to village? So talent, so a village that doesn't have a shop, a small village like Rockbeer, the residents can cycle their way to Wimple to the tiny shop, and then it just would work. It would work, I'm sure. And then each of us take on X amount of houses in each village, and there's a need in every village. I don't believe there's any village that doesn't need homes for their youngsters to have to stay where they want to be, near families. So anyway, just a reassurance, please, Ed, about the awful guest site about the thousands of houses in villages. And yeah, I think that's it really, just to reassure us that what you're saying, villages will get what they ask for rather than what they really don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. We'll go to Councillor Howe and then we'll finish up with Ed, and hopefully we can bring forward a recommendation.
Thank you very much. It's actually just to correct Ed. He misinterpreted what I said. I didn't say about making communities sustainable. I said about keeping them as sustainable as they are. We've got services in most of these villages. There might be one bus on a Tuesday and one bus back on a Thursday. But those sort of things are under threat unless there is a gentle, and I use that word very carefully, keeping of the population numbers at a reasonable level. So we're not talking about making villages sustainable. And most villages these days, one way and another, have their own ways of coping, whether it's as a group of villages, because the shop's in one, the school's in the other, and everything else. But we do need to keep these unsustainable villages, as planning calls them, ticking over. And that is a big difference from what Mr. Freeman was referring to and making them sustainable. So we need to be really careful and mindful about that. And, even down to 5 homes, we want to encourage local builders back into the business. If we've got, a small plot of 5 homes, he'll build one a year, possibly. A couple might even be self-build in a village, etc. So we do need to be that. And neighbourhood plans, as a vast majority, have failed to deliver houses. In fact, most villages, even though we've got an awful lot of neighbourhood plans, we had last planning committee, we had a housing trust, in the middle of nowhere, but no neighbourhood plan to support it. We made the decision, quite rightly, the planning committee made the right decision to allow that land trust to develop. But we need more of that type of development that is unsustainable. But to be quite frank, neighbourhood plans, although they were touted years ago, and hell, we've done one in our villages, both our villages I represent, they are a hell of a lot of work. They cost a lot of money. And there's an awful lot of remaining villages out there scared to do them for whatever reason. So we need to address this in a different way through our local plan. And this is the only bit I'm actually nervous about carrying on with in its current form, is this HELAR, because of it. So I do look to Ed to guarantee that any site put forward will not be just dismissed because our planning policies say it will be unsustainable. We need to go to those villages, as Mr. Skinner has said, and say, look, we've got a site in your village for 2, 3, 4 homes or whatever it is. We deem it unsustainable because you've got nothing or whatever. But do you as a community want to support this? So we need to be really mindful how we do this and not create policies like we have had for the last 10 years that just stop it in its water. So I really do ask that we reflect on this or get guarantees from our officers, Mr. Freeman, that they will not just discount things on sustainability, and we'll come back to councillors particularly or the parishes involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Ed Freeman, do you want to come in there?
Thank you, Chairman. Rather than go into each individual point, I think the point I would make is that all these things are things we need to look at through the local plan process, whether that be, the access to infrastructure and what infrastructure is needed. Yes, we need to look at that. We need to look at options for incremental growth in villages and how we distribute growth between towns and villages, what the scale of growth goes where. certainly, you know, we need to look at how we support villages that are currently sustainable to help them remain so. All of those issues are things we need to address through the local plan process. The HELAR process is simply about identifying and assessing sites. Ultimately, those sites will come to you to decide what goes in the plan and what doesn't. And I think that's a key message. I think the other key message is, you know, I've heard what the concerns were with regard to GESP and that members didn't feel engaged in that process. And I hope through the reports that I've brought since, members can see that through this committee, I hope to engage members more comprehensively throughout the process to understand, as sites come forward, how they've been assessed, what those options are, and have a public debate about those, such that you know, ultimately these are decisions that you as a committee and a council will need to make as this work progresses. I'm just here to advise you and provide you with the information to enable you to make informed decisions at the end of the day. So all of these things will be picked up through this process over the coming years, and I look forward to debating them and hopefully coming up with solutions that satisfy what you're looking to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So if I could, I'll propose it from the chair, the recommendations as listed in the report. Unless anyone else has any other further recommendations, we'll take that to a vote. So, Mrs. Shaw, can you just read out the recommendations for the benefit of the members of the public watching?
Thank you, Chair. The motions are in three parts. That members note the summary of the approach to site identification and consideration and allocation undertaken in the adopted local plan and endorse the approach outlined in the report for undertaking this work in production of the new local plan. 2, that agree the work is undertaken to assess the smaller sites submitted into the Greater Exeter Strategic Plan call for sites in 2017. And thirdly, agree the timetable and process for future work on the housing and employment land availability assessment. Members, if you press your yes button if you are in support, press your no button if you're against, and please raise your blue hand if you're indicating abstention.
For the benefit of those watching online, the vote is now taking place. So, Chair, I have 10 for, none against, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, agenda item 12 is the East Devon Local Plan Sustainability Appraisal Scoping Report. And Ed, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So, I mean, I think this report actually links in quite nicely with what members were just discussing in terms of, you know, assessing sites in terms of their sustainability, which is part of this piece of work, which is another key area of work for the new local plan, which is the sustainability appraisal. And this needs to be prepared as a fluid document alongside the preparation of the plan to assess the environmental, social and economic impacts of strategy and policy options to inform decision making. So this would be a document that we bring to members at various stages to inform decision making by identifying how sites and policy options score against the criteria in the sustainability appraisal to inform your decision making. But in order to undertake this work, it's necessary for us to establish a baseline of what East Devon is like today, so that we can assess the impact of change through those local plan policies and options against that baseline. So appended to the report is a draft scoping report that seeks to detail this position. And what's proposed is that we consult on that for 6 weeks alongside the issues and options consultation. So you'll see primarily, obviously, we're seeking views of statutory bodies like the Environment Agency, Natural England, Historic England, but also it will be open for any other parties to comment on as well who may have an interest in this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So does any non-committee member wish to speak? No. So does any committee member wish to speak? Councillor Skinner.
It's a document just to help to go through that process. I move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Rylance, thank you very much. Unless anyone else wishes to say anything, we'll take that to a vote. And Shirley, could you just confirm what members are voting on?
Yes, Chair. That Strategic Planning Committee approved the Sustainability Appraisal Scoping Report for consultation to run for 6 weeks, starting in January 2021. Please press your yes button if you're in support, press your no button if you're against, and please raise your blue hand to indicate you're abstaining.
For those watching online, the vote is now taking place. Chair, I have 11 for, no against, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to change to agenda item 13, garden communities and delivery vehicles. And for a change, it's going to be Andy Wood doing this report. And Andy, we can only apologise for keeping you so long. I think that's made you wait nearly 4 hours to present a report. At least you get to present it this time.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Chair. So this report is a follow-up to one that came originally to committee in October 2019 and then to Cabinet the month after that. It concerns the importance of having a delivery vehicle that sits alongside the local plan review. Probably it goes back to the learning from the delivery of Cranbrook in particular and some of the debate that took place under the town centre item, some of which related back to issues that were instigated maybe 15 years ago. So the importance of having something in place from the very earliest point is critical. I would particularly highlight paragraph 2.8 of the report, which sets out the purpose or the key objectives of an oversight authority. And that really speaks to ensuring the delivery of high quality development, but also the legacy and stewardship arrangements as well. And no doubt Cranbrook members would also highlight those issues as still being pertinent to this day. The report, the appendices include more detailed analysis from local partnerships, which really points to to a development corporation being the most effective delivery vehicle in terms of the ability to get traction on some of those key objectives going forward. And finally, just to highlight, there is a recommendation under 5 in relating to budgets to Cabinet to put in place a budget of £300,000 over 3 years to develop business case work. I would highlight also that we have not yet received the outcome of the MHCLG Development Corporation competition. There's still some prospect. I can't quantify the percentage on that, but that may still be successful, which would overtake the need to fund that work ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So does any non-committee member wish to speak at this time? No. So committee members, can you raise your electronic blue hands if you wish to speak? Councillor Mike Howe.
Thank you. I think we just need to thank Andy and all the officers again involved in this. A very good piece of work. And I accept the recommendations and propose the recommendations as they stand. Thank you.
Happy to second that, Chair.
Oh, my apologies.
Something in at once. I think that was Councillor Arnold who seconded it.
No doubt it would be.
If there are no other, Councillor Thomas?
Just ask a quick question, Chair, for clarity of Mr. Wood. Looking at the garden communities and delivery vehicles and the use of a development corporation, would it be fair to say that we're talking about significant strategic developments here? We're not talking about the adjustment of villages or anything like that. I just wanted members to be quite clear on this, what we're actually talking about.
Yeah. Is it okay, Chair? Yep.
Yeah, Andy, sorry.
Yeah. So yes, that's absolutely right. It is really focused on big strategic developments, obviously, subject to what comes through the local plan review, but taking on board the learning from Cranbrook, which obviously falls into that category, and the powers and the dedication that's needed to deliver that not up to the point where it just finishes building, but also beyond that in terms of legacy arrangements as well.
Thank you very much, Andy. Councillor Thomas, does that answer your question?
Am I allowed a supplementary?
Anytime.
Well, seeing as I never ask any questions in council, I thought I might as well get my supplementary in there now. So would it be fair then, Mr. Wood, to say that actually when we're looking at something like that, that to support this particular proposal, the principle of looking for one or more significant strategic developments within East Devon District Council area is implicit in any support of this report?
Andy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, yeah, the business case would only stand if there's strategic development to deliver. It demands a certain scale. So it sits alongside the progression of the local plan. If the local plan, you know, jumping ahead, but if the scenario was it was distributed development with 50 homes in multiple different locations across the district, then it would not be relevant.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that clarification. I hope it's helpful to my fellow members.
Thank you very much, Andy, and thank you very much, Councillor Thomas. So with that, we have a proposal and a seconder. If no one else wishes to speak, can we please take that to a vote? Mrs. Shaw, can you just confirm what they're voting on, please?
Thank you, members. There's 6 elements to the motion. Firstly, acknowledge the importance of having effective delivery vehicles stroke mechanisms in place at the earliest stage possible in order to support the development of high quality places. Secondly, consider the findings of the local partnership study and accompanying future route map. Thirdly, note the expression of interest that has been submitted to the Minister for Homes, Communities and Local Government New Development Corporation competition. Fourthly, endorse progressing key technical work, including the development of a business case necessary to support the establishment of a locally led development corporation alongside the development of the new local plan. Fifthly, recommend to Cabinet that a budget of £300,000 over a 3-year period is established for this work to be funded through the Business Rate Retention Reserve. And finally, receive further reports at key stages as the work progresses. Members, if you would press your yes button if you're in support, your no button if you're against the motion, or raise your blue hand to indicate you're abstaining.
For the benefit of those watching us online, the vote is now taking place. Chair, I have 11 votes for, no votes against and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Andy, thanks again to you and the team who worked with this and for waiting for so long to present your report. Really appreciate it. So item number 14 is the approvals and modifications to areas of special controls and advertisements. I believe we had this agenda item last May, and it's over to Ed Freeman to present his report.
Thank you, Chairman. So, yes, long-standing members of the committee will recall overseeing this work over the last 18 months or so, well, probably more than that, of the area of special control of advertisements in the district. And members agreed, I think, towards the end of last year to adopt the revised area. This is really just a report for members' information. It's been through a long and archaic process whereby it has to be submitted to the Secretary of State, examined by a planning inspectorate, and then we have to advertise the modifications through the London Gazette of all places. But this has all been done, and just to advise members that we have now completed that process and the area of special advertisement control has now been adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So does any non-member wish to speak? No. So does any member wish to speak on this? Councillor Paul Arnott.
Yes, I'd just like to give Councillor Skinner a chance to propose this if he wishes.
Councillor Mike Howe.
Hang on.
Skinner doesn't, I will. Go on, Skinner.
Hang on, Mr. Chairman. Give me opportunity to press. No, I wouldn't want to take that away from Councillor Arnott. Wanted to jump in and do it. Councillor Arnott, you the leader of the council, you carry right on and do it all. That's fine.
No. I defer to the rest of the Wise Committee.
Thank you very much. Can we bring it back to the agenda item, please? Councillor Howe.
In that case, if Councillor Skinner and Councillor Arnott I'll propose it. having sat through this for the last number of, I do think it's got to be 2 years plus, Mr. Freeman. Yeah, having seen this numerous times, I'm more than happy to propose this. Thank you very much.
Can I second it then, please, Chair?
You may.
No, no, Chairman, I think I will.
Mrs. Shaw, can we just confirm what we're voting on, and we'll take that to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. You're voting on the modifications to the area of special control of advertisements that came into effect on the 30th of November 2020 be noted. Please press your yes button in support, no button if you're against, and raise your blue hand to indicate you're abstaining.
For the benefit of those watching online, the vote is now taking place. Chair, I have 11 for, none against, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we move to agenda item 15, which is the infrastructure funding statement 2019-2020. Ed, final item of the day, over to you for the last time.
Thank you, Chairman. So the Community Infrastructure Levy regulations now require us to submit an annual infrastructure funding statement to government each year that details the agreements that we've entered into, the income received and expenditure spent in regards to infrastructure from Section 106 agreements and the Community Infrastructure Levy in the district. So this is now a statutory requirement of the legislation, and this report was to make members aware of this requirement and seek agreement to submit those details. You'll see from the recommendations that it's actually council that needed to agree this because of the absence of this infrastructure funding statement requirement in the constitution, and so because of the timing of the meetings, this has already been to council last week, and it has been agreed to submit the infrastructure funding statement and for delegated authority to this committee to do so in future years. So really this report is now for members' information to note that we're working towards submitting that annual infrastructure funding statement by the 31st of December in accordance with the wishes of council. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So if no non-committee members wish to speak, which they don't, we'll move to Councillor Paul Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. I just propose that we note this. We've already discussed it. It's been the subject of emails backwards and forwards. We are where we are. We've done it. It's historic. So I'm happy to propose to note. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second that, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hookway. Ms. Shaw, can we just confirm what we're voting on, and we'll take that to a vote?
Thank you, Chair. The Strategic Committee is asked to note the contents of the report and the requirement to provide an annual infrastructure funding statement by the 31st of December annually. That council has been that council approval has been sought for the publication and submission to the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government by the 31st of December this year of the statement based on the information detailed in this report, and that council has been asked to delegate to the Strategic Planning Committee the power to consider and approve for publication and submission future annual infrastructure funding statements on behalf of the council, and that the committee's terms of reference within the constitution be updated to reflect the delegation. Thank you. If members would like to
For the benefit of those watching online, the vote is now taking place. And Chair, I have 10 for, no votes against, and no abstentions. That's carried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, that brings our meeting to an end. So I'd just like to thank everyone here for sticking with us for the 4 hours and 9 minutes that this meeting took, and for any member of the public watching online for taking part. However, can I just remind you that all those present, that the supporting officer will confirm when the meeting is no longer live or being recorded. And until then, your comments will be heard. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Merry Christmas all.